The computer fan sounds like it's gonna lift the computer off. It's starting to sound like a jet engine, which can mean that it's only one thing. That is, we've started the stream. So okay. All right. Great. So here we are. This is number 15 or so of, I'm not sure how many. 32, maybe a little bit more. We're working all the way through Hammet's Dungeon pack, which is on Nexus. This is the legendary edition of Hammet's Dungeon pack, and as well as doing the 32 dungeons that are in there, we're also going to be doing whatever ones he's also made more recently this year. I think he's made about 3 this year. It may be about 3 this year, I think. So we'll be doing those as well. And also, we may at some point after that be doing some of the Vomenheim Island as well, which is also his. But for now, we're going to go off to the most difficult of the dungeons, which is, well, I think it's the most difficult. In my experience, it's the most difficult. And this is Darkmire Crypt, which is near Bloodlet Throne. And Bloodlet Throne in itself is a pain to get to. But we've already found out where that is, so we're gonna get over there. I've prepared enough for this. There are a few things that I need to do to get everything up to speed. But we're just going to go straight there and see if this is going to be harder than last time, because the last time it was fucking hard. And I'm going to be doing it with a different type of character. I'm doing it as a pure mage. Whereas last time I was doing it as a spell sword. Bloodlet Throne is south of Helgen. It's always a good idea to kind of find these before the stream, because like otherwise you can spend fucking ages going around looking for them. There we go, there's the icon. And the last time I did this, it was with a character who was like leveled. She must have been like 90, something like that. So this is going to be kind of different, because this character is level 46. So I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure if these dungeons scale. I would imagine they do scale, because that would account for how utterly difficult it was the first time round. It was damn hard. So let's see what it's like this time. Okay. This is probably like one of the most well thought out dungeons that I've come across in Skyrim. It's way better than many in the vanilla game, and as well as that, it's going to be fucking dark in places, much darker than the normal dungeons are. So we're going to be using torchlight, like physical torchlight, and also mage light spell a lot of the time. So this could be the kind of situation where we die multiple times, or even more multiple times. We'll see. So let's take a look around. What we get in this first part. Now, the first time I went here, I didn't actually light the place up. So I'm going to go chamber by chamber and look at each chamber in some kind of detail. It's quite interesting that those are both empty. And obviously this will take us through to the first main area, which is down here. I'm not gonna watch a Fet. Nice to see you, my friend. How are you? How's your weekend been so far? How are things going up there in Scotland? Should we do the English thing? I mean the British thing, sorry, and talk about the weather, because it's raining a lot down here, which is fine by me because I'm indoors, as are you, I would presume. We're not going to go anywhere without reading this book first, though. This is kind of important. I was just saying at the beginning, Fet, yeah, we've had meh weather too, yeah. It's about 22 degrees, something like that here. So it has been kind of meh. And I haven't been out anywhere today. I haven't felt like going out anywhere today because I was out all day yesterday. And I think it's important to kind of balance stuff up. Daedric's Sword of Devouring. Yeah, and I was just saying at the beginning, Fet, how damn hard this tomb is. It's the hardest tomb. It's not even the hardest tomb. It's the hardest dungeon that I've ever done in Skyrim. So this is going to be interesting, and I've never done it with a mage character before, so I don't know how this is going to go. Okay, well, we took it anyway. Lockpick. Hammet puts around a lot of lockpicks, which is great. It means I don't have to fucking make them. We've only just entered in the front here. And it's really important that we read this book. It's not going to be long, I think. Engleford and her Lords of Chaos. Engleford was a powerful dark mage queen and a sadistic ruler who only wanted death and destruction. Together with her minions, they unleashed mayhem and destruction in Tamriel. Of the many minions she commanded, there were 8 followers, of whom she entrusted and fought through countless wars. They were often referred to as Lords of Chaos because of their brutal tactics and skills. Alright, I'll get cozy and you can read the story. Okay, alright. I was kind of like rushing through it a bit because I didn't want you to get kind of like bored with me reading the story, but okay, maybe I should have slowed down. But anyway, in the second page here, she commanded 8 followers, of whom she entrusted and fought through countless wars, often referred to as the Lords of Chaos because of their brutal tactics and skills. Each one was given a powerful weapon to wage war against Tamriel. So, as I said, this isn't a particularly long book, but it gives who these 8 Lords of Chaos were, and these 8 Lords are effectively 8 guardians within this crypt at different levels. So we have Wielder of Fire, Bekros, Wielder of Ice, Valmon, Wielder of Weariness. Is that maybe something to do with stamina? I'm not sure. Lord Jarek, Wielder of Life Drain. Is that health? That could be health. Sjorgar, wielder of Magicka Drain, well that's going to be utterly shit. And that's only the 5th one. Lord Velra, Master of Incineration. Oh, I missed out. Rugar, wielder of Shock. And Lord Yolgatar, Master of Winter Frost. Now, Xynn, our mage vampiress, she's got a lot of resistance to Magicka in general, to spells in general. So it shouldn't be so tough. There are certain kind of chinks in her mage-like armor, though, which I'm concerned about. The first one, the fire one, is going to be tricky because she's a vampire, so that's minus 50% right off the bat there. So I'm a little bit concerned about that one. The stamina one, the third one, shouldn't be an issue. She doesn't use any kind of melee, as you know. The magical one looks really tricky, but she does have like a certain percentage of magic drain resistance, so we'll see how that one goes. It's going to be a learning experience, and I think this has been really well put together. I think this has been very well thought about. Obviously, this dungeon has had a lot of work put into it, and a lot of thought into how it's going to be layered. It may be layered progressively. I don't know. By which I mean it may get harder as we go down. So we'll see. Oh, there's a little bit more. As her power grew, she also became so ambitious that she thought about overthrowing Marunes Dagon himself. Upon knowing this, Marunes Dagon sent out his legion of Daedra to destroy her and her minions. This was the bit I didn't read last time, and I think this is kind of important to what else is going to happen. Eventually she was defeated, and together with her minions were buried beneath a dark tomb, so dark that light will never come to pass, and was locked away, hidden, never to be opened or disturbed. Beneath the darkness of the tomb, the evil lay restless, longing to be set free and to go forth and destroy all of Tamriel. So it's not just the Guardians that's going to be in here. There's going to be a lot more going on. As if the Guardians weren't enough. It's not clear what has become of the tomb. No one has ever dared to venture beneath the darkness, with perhaps curiosity only death. So we're going to take that with us. And I always get a bit like apprehensive in these situations, and I feel a little bit like that at the moment. Because I don't know how hard it's going to be. But, you know, there has been some kind of preparation on my part, or her part, you could say. So because she's got like 3 points, new cell hairstyle. Welcome, Mr. Grant. Well, this. I mean, that's actually really well noted on your part, because this isn't Zell, and that this is going to be quite different to last time, because Zell was like level like 90 or so. She was a red guard when she did this, whereas this is a new character. Oog, exactly, a new character that I've made for streaming. Xynn, she's a dark elf, and she's leveled a lot lower. But I think that this dungeon scales, so it may not be as tough as last time. You can do it. Thank you. Yeah. So it may not be as much as last time, because Engleford at the end last time took me like fucking, I don't know if you remember when I wrote to you about it on Telegram, it took me like fucking an hour, and nobody wants to watch that. Like, by which I mean she's leveled less, so hopefully it should take less time, and her magic resistance is a lot more. So, like for instance, we've got 30% magic resistance because that's up in the alteration tree. Lord Stone power gives us another 20%. Agent of Mara, which I did earlier today in preparation for this, gives another 50. I've got some kind of necklacey shit, but you know, that's on and off. So we've got 65 to 85% magical resistance, plus other things here as well against frost and fire. Now I'm not gonna pick that. Do I have to pick this? do I really have to pick a master level lock to start this off? That's quite nice trolling to start off, if that's what Hammet's done. And I have mentioned this stream to Hammet, so he may even drop in at some point. But I would really like a key, ideally. I don't want to pick it. It's a master level lock, so you know we can do it. And I'm kind of thinking that maybe he's hidden it somewhere. I'm just going to have a little quick run to see if he has hidden it somewhere. If not, fine, we'll pick the damn thing. That's alright. I remember last time that... How are you getting on with that Discord, by the way? Oh, awesome, Fet, thanks. Yeah, it's all done. In fact, it should be linked from the About page on my Twitch profile. So if you look at that, you should see a link to the Discord there. I mean, it's still kind of a work in progress, but all the boards and topics have been populated, and the Spotify stream, the Spotify playlist has been created and made public. So you should see a lot of the tracks that you recommended in the Spotify playlist, or a link to that within the music channel of the server. Let's just get through this door. Necklace of... Did I really store the... Ring of Lockpicking. Nick! Hey Nick, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. Hey, I'm going to lurk for about half an hour, so I'm going to grocery shop, but I'll be in soon. That's fine. You can tell us about your grocery shop later, if you wish. I've done my own grocery shopping today. That's all done. Oh look, there's the point. So, like I say, I didn't really want to pick this, but I think with these master locks... Oh, look. I think we did that in less than 5. With these master locks, a lot of the time, as long as you've found the first little bit, you're alright. This is a familiar chamber. Damn, that playlist is looking decent. Do you like it? It's only the beginning. And I have to say, some of your choices were fucking good. It's a start. But I mean, there's already like a couple of things, a couple of artists that you suggested. Hot as shit today, really? How hot is it over there, Nick? We are kind of basking in like... Basking? Not basking. But, you know, we're in like 21, 22 degrees. What's it like in Indiana? Let's read this plaque. Beneath this dark tomb lies buried the lords of chaos. Beneath this tomb, okay. Followers and loyal servant to their queen Engleford. Beneath this tomb. Okay. I am gonna pretty much look in every single urn. A lot of these are empty, so they're either decorative or there's some kind of lore relation whereby you know, maybe some robbers came in earlier and pilfered the place. No idea. Yeah, so this is the first part, which is stone spiral staircase, which goes down pretty far. And as Nick will attest to, the importance of saving is going to be absolutely paramount here. Almost 30. Oh god, it's the humidity that's the killer. That's the thing. It's the humidity that's the killer. Like 30 is fine if it's like a dry heat, isn't it? You know, 30 is quite comfortable, but you know, when you're doing like, when it's 30 and humid, it's like, ugh. But hang on, you should be slightly better off, I would have thought, than we would be over here, because at least you've got aircon. Do you have aircon? I'm sure you do, especially in your awesome gaming room. I'm sure you've got aircon in there. I'd hope you do. We don't. A lot of the properties over here don't. I would imagine this is number 1. I can see the sarcophagus. So this is going to be fire. And also what I'm going to try and do is pay attention to the motifs over each sarcophagus, because as far as I remember they give a combination later on. Last time I had to go back. I didn't actually realise they were there. 90% humidity, and yes, I also got a tiny fire on the right desk. Yeah, I've got like a mini one I got from Amazon. It's like tenner or something, but it makes a difference, not a big difference. We usually hit 90% humidity in Buenos Aires in the summer, plus like 35°C, unforgivably sticky, and like 90% humidity would be. I mean, when you say summer, you would mean like December, January, wouldn't you? For the rest of us, yeah, like December, January. Is that correct? Yeah. Something like that. So at the moment you're probably like pretty comfy. August is sort of like, what's going on? Are you sort of coming out of winter into spring? Something like that. Okay, something's been awoken. Hold on. Let's get Paralyze on going if we can. Overlord Arcamus. Can we throw something at him? Fucking hell. Okay, hold on a sec. How much damage can he do with one? Quite a lot. Fuck me. And okay. That was really worrying for a start, because if Hammet has made it so that the Draugr resist paralyze, or if all the Draugr resist paralyze, this is going to be harder than I thought. Arcamus' Immolator. I mean, I'm tempted to take this, but she doesn't really need it. She doesn't really need any of these melee. Oh look, there's a side room. If all of the Draugr are going to resist paralyze, fuck me. I'm just going to make a note of this. Eagle. I mean, I think this is one of the reasons why I end up going to so many places like this, because it's like a tomb like this. It'd be really fucking comfy if, from a temperature perspective, if you're dying from 30 to 35 degrees outside. I remember, like, you did get the wrong knock on wood in the playlist. You know what though? It's quite funny, because like, I actually quite liked that track. Sorry, it was a bit kind of 80s and cheesy, or like 80s retro throwback, like pop cheese or something. And I did quite like it, but I have a penchant for cheesy 80s pop music, or like any pop music which is kind of generally well done. You need a fire in the dungeon and a fridge for the craft beer. I think it's definitely doable, so it can be made really nice. I mean, you know, there are definitely perks to being in a dungeon, definitely. Like, you know, you don't have to worry about attacks from dragons. Not okay. In the real world, we're not going to get many dragons. Fair enough. That aside, you don't have to worry about other kinds of attacks. You're going to be really comfy. It's going to be a little cool. So you need fire, maybe some beer or something. I think generally be quite awesome. Only problem is a power source. I mean, you're going to have to do some actual reading of books and shit, rather than relying on smartphones and stuff, I think. But that'd be quite nice. I think a lot of people would find it quite hard to be cut off for like even 24 hours. Just cut off from everything for 24 hours. I think a lot of people would find that quite difficult, but it'd be quite good, I think, for most people. You know, it's like when people get like a ban on Twitter or something, and they're like, oh my god, I'm going to veto Twitter for like 12 hours. You know, it's like, really? Fuck's sake. Take that, Twitter. Just ridiculous. If really, like, you can't veto like a social networking site even for like 12 hours, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, and I'm gonna save between each dungeon. Well done for remembering the name Zell, by the way, Al. Well done for remembering that. That was pretty cool. What's next? Gonna check what effectively is our kind of like guidebook. Bekaros. Okay, well, he's going to be the one who I'm worried about the least, I think, because her frost magic resistance is pretty fucking high. But the Zell is a legend. She is actually. Yeah, I think that's true, and I've never really spoken, not less like publicly, about how much I enjoy playing that character. Because like the difference, and I've never streamed her either, I don't think I have, but the difference between her and Xynn is that Zell actually participated in the lore, L-O-R-E, of Skyrim, and kind of immersed herself in it, got a Norwegian proper residence, married a Nord, got really into it, and there's a lot to be said for doing that as opposed to this character who doesn't give a shit, she just lives a completely kind of self-servient lifestyle, and that's oh fuck. You see what the problem is? They know you're here once you cast a spell, and they kind of block the entrance, which I don't mind so much. That Wall of Storms is awesome. Have we got all three? We can't have got all three. The sarcophagus hasn't opened, surely. No, it hasn't. I've been thinking I should probably dual wield it, but let's see what you're like, Burcross. I need to keep away from his fucking sword. That's going to be the problem. It's going to be his melee damage from that. It's down to half. I'm gonna try and cast Paralyze. I don't think it's gonna work. No, he resisted it. The other thing about why this is so well designed is because he's down. That's got to be it, surely. But why this is so well designed is if you fall down there when you're running away from them, then you're fucked. That's it. You're going to take fall damage and it's going to be the end of it. That's an amazing name for a weapon. Bekaros' Winter Bastard. I don't think I even noticed that before. That's great. I think that's pretty awesome. I was about to say I've lost the his tomb itself. Okay. And also Snake. Yeah, but as we were saying, I haven't really talked much about the effect that character had on my enjoyment of the game. And yeah, it's just hugely powerful, and it's kind of interesting to think about if a character that you've created yourself can inspire you. It's quite an interesting consideration, that. Have we got any more little nooks or anything here? I don't think so. I think we're down to 2 out of 6, and it's not even going to be 2 out of 6 because I'm pretty sure there's more stuff which is hidden further down. But yeah, I definitely think, like, in a hot climate, somewhere like this might be kind of nice. Some people wouldn't like the spidery, dungeony aspect, though. That's something. Oh, fuck's sake! I keep forgetting that when she casts a spell, it's going to wake them up. Yeah, well, I'd really rather not get her out on the staircase. Staircase is just a bit too dodgy. This is the stamina drain guy, I think. Well, there are oh, okay, hold on a sec. Well, there are 4 here? I think there were 4. And we can't paralyze him. I would absolutely love to get in round the other side, to be honest. But that's interesting. His thing doesn't do that much damage. Whatever his thing is. Some warhammer. Valmeron's hateful hammer absorbs 50 points of stamina. Yeah, so it was a stamina based weapon. Let's check to see if there's anything interesting in his tomb. Yeah, I mean, ironically, if I did this with Zell, it would probably be harder because it'd be like scaled a lot higher. Whale. Yeah, Fett, thanks for the Earl Hooker. Thanks for the Earl Hooker, and thanks for the strawberry alarm clock as well. I got confused because I thought that Earl Hooker was kind of like John Lee Hooker, but I think they're different artists. Are they different artists? I think they are different artists, even though they've got like a similar sound to them. They're different artists. It's like that kind of 50s, 60s kind of jazzy thing. I'm just going to see everything here. I don't want to miss one of these chests. And remember, the rule is like not to use any potions which have been accumulated outside of this dungeon. We're only working with what we've got inside of it. We've got a fuckload already, to be honest, that we've picked up so far. Hammet's put in a good amount of stuff. Strawberry alarm clock are excellent. They were a bit of a surprise to me, because I haven't really like heard much of that sort of heavy psych. It's not heavy psych, is it? I don't think it's heavy psych. Is it like psychedelic rock? I think it's like psychedelic rock. I mean, certainly with a name like Strawberry Alarm Clock, it's got to be like psychedelic rock, I would have thought. Because what I liked about it most was the emphasis on musicianship. Like when there's actually some kind of creativity outside, and innovation and inventiveness and improvisation, rather than just sticking to verse chorus verse structure. Progressive psychedelic pop, bloody hell, that's a new one on me. Progressive psychedelic pop. They are 60s, aren't they? Like mid to late 60s, I think. Seriously, my knowledge of music before 19 like 80 is just pretty much nothing. Late 60s, I think I saw it was late 60s. My knowledge of music before like 1970 is just like before 1980. There's not much in it. I know about like who the main people were who inspired metal music in the 80s, in the 70s. A lot of people like, Rainbow and Black Sabbath and those kinds of bands. Sir Lord Baltimore, who's late 60s, and maybe Led Zeppelin, who I know fuck all about. Don't know much about Led Zeppelin at all, but I appreciate that they were hugely influential on the sound of metal music. I don't know much really about their sound in particular. And then you got like the Beatles and their influence on metal music. So that was the angle I was coming at it from. That's my knowledge base to those kinds of things. Led Zeppelin are one of my favourites. Well, look, I would love to know kind of like a starting point for how one would get into Led Zeppelin, because I really don't know. Like, where does one begin? Does it depend on what kind of sounds one wants? If one wants what's a heavy? Is there a heavy Led Zeppelin album? That would be a great place to start. Let's look at our guide. Engleford and her Lords of Chaos. How many have we done so far? How many Guardians have we done? I think this is the fourth, right? I think this is the fourth one. See, the thing is that the Guardians, as far as I recall, the first four Guardians aren't really that difficult as what comes later on. Like the curve of difficulty, we're on the easy part, and it's gonna ramp up shortly. You'd like Led Zeppelin 2. Led Zeppelin 1 was heavy, 2 is heavier, 3 was acoustic, and 4 was a mix. Did they do anything after 4? Was it just those 4? Was there a 5th? I mean, maybe like their main canon is like considered to be those 4 mainly. Maybe. They did 8. So, I mean, clearly like the first 4 are considered to be like the main ones then. The most influential, they must have been influential as well. Yeah, they must have been, because like I saw the Stairway to Heaven that was done. What was it? It was done somewhere in America. It was relatively recently, and there was the girl from Heart who was singing, who was doing the vocals and the guitar. It was Heart. It was basically Heart who was doing it. Got a split. See you later. Yeah, cool, no probs. And I can't remember. It was like in honor of like Robert Plant and Jimmy Page or something like that. So I would imagine that they had been rather influential. Majority say 4 is best, really. Maybe I'll have a go at like 2 and then go to 4. I know what I'll do. I'll start with 2, and my favourite tracks I'll put in the playlist, and ditto 4. That's what I'll do. I have to have like a music page for the journal or something. Led Zepp 2 and 4 for the playlist. Okay. 3 is your favourite. Oh, okay. 3 being the acousticy one. Now, I think that sounds like the kind of one I'd have to come to last, because like I could probably understand it in the context of their other stuff. Otherwise, I might think it's kind of a bit florid. Nothing wrong with florid generally, but you know, it depends on what one's taste is. Immigrant Song was on 3. Okay, Immigrant Song. 3 had some heavy stuff. Oh, maybe we should chuck that on. Immigrant Song on 3. Okay. No question mark. I'm just going to look at the guide briefly. Life drain. So this is going to be like a health drain thing. Okay. And I know that as soon as we end up like casting the spell, they're gonna hear it. I wonder, does it make any difference if we do it outside the door? I don't know. Okay. This should be a little bit tricky. Oh, this is way better. Doing it this way. If I could just fill this little passageway, that would be great. Oh dear, fuck me. The other thing is, which makes it a little bit harder, is that these stairs are not like your normal stairs. You can't walk up them, you have to kind of jump. That's got to be it for you. Yeah. Jarok's Vindicator. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot, absorbing 45 points of health. That's quite a lot. Okay. So that's the hard part. That's the hard part? It's the opposite. It's the easy part. And we can't forget the little side rooms here. This is an expert one. It feels like, yeah, I was about to say it feels like it's near the top somewhere. Like round slightly to the right hand side, round about 12:15. Well, this is all very nice. I mean, I'm not necessarily gonna use it. I mean, this is a absolutely great tomb if you're in it because of something. You want some, like, the weapons to come out. I mean, that ebony axe from earlier is an awesome thing to get. If you play any kind of like warrior build at all. I mean, it's not like mages don't use axes and melee weapons. It's not like they don't. They do. But she does not. It's all pure magicka stuff. Okay, so that was the first 4, and they're not particularly tricky, the first 4. Well, they were less tricky than I expected. Okay, so we don't really have to worry about fall damage anymore. It's pretty high. I mean, I think that even like this part down here is beautiful. And it makes me wonder, like, how similar to any real tomb somewhere like this is. I'm not saying it's dissimilar. I'm saying the opposite. Like, there may be places like this. I like how the underneath of the stairs have been scored as well. Alright, let's get in the next room. As far as I'm aware, this is a puzzle room. Yep, it is. Why are there 4? Eagle, whale, snake. Well, that's all very well. So where's the 4th one? Oh, we just didn't look. Of course, 4 chambers, 4 ones, but we didn't look at the last one. And there I was trying to avoid going back. But we only have to go back 1 up, 1 chamber up. Hawk. I should have probably guessed, really, that it would be the one that was not one of the other 3. And one would presume that we were doing this in some kind of sequence. Okay, well that's great. He's even done it so that it tells you which tomb has which emblem. That's great. So the first one is going to be Eagle. Life Drain was the last one, which was another one. Hawk, Eagle, whatever. Add Citadel in between Svitjod and Nightmare of a Percussion. Okay. Yeah, I'm still trying to work out like the order of the songs. I just kind of put them around in something which I thought kind of worked at the moment, though I think I need to kind of tweak it. Citadel in between Svitjod and Nightmare of Percussion. That Nightmare of Percussion is really cool. That's really cool, that track. That's the Strawberry Alarm Clock one, right? Oh, it's by the Stones. Oh, really? In fact, I think that my favourite... No! Oh, God. No? I'm wrong about that, am But the Strawberry Alarm Clock one was one of my favourite, as well as the Nightmare of Percussion was right. Yeah, Nightmare of Percussion was Strawberry Alarm Clock. Yeah, so it was that one, and the El Hooker. I've got Citadel Stones. Yeah, is that what I wrote? Citadel Stones. Yeah. In between Svitchod and Nightmare of Percussion. Yeah. In between. Yeah. That's correct, right? The Young Exorcist. Good afternoon, evening. Or wherever it is, wherever you are. Young Exorcist. How are things going with you today? We've got about like I'd like to say we've got about halfway through this dungeon, but that's not true. We're halfway through like the amount of guardians that we've killed. I don't think the book. Do you know what you actually get with the November release of Skyrim? What do you mean, the original one that was done on 11/11/11? The original release that was done on the 11th of November. Well, when you say what you get with it, do you mean like with regards to expansions and stuff like that, or what? Are they? They're releasing it again in November. Well, this is news to me. They're releasing it again in November. I mean, this is like probably to bridge the gap between Skyrim and Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, it's confusing. They've added fishing. I've seen no idea. I had no idea they were releasing it again. So, is this like... I mean, you don't know because you're asking us about, like, what's included, but have they vamped it up again like they did the special edition? Or if they're just going to include a load of new shit. You know what would be really good? You know what would be really good if they made another expansion. That would be really good if they made another expansion. Because if they made another expansion, it means that those of us who run the Legendary Edition, like me, can do something with that expansion. Anniversary Edition, is that what they've called it? The Anniversary Edition. You know, sometimes I think to myself, I'm a grown adult now. I like being out and outgoing, and then I go out in public. Nick, mate, I was out last night coming back from a long walk along the south coast, and we ended up coming back on public transport on a Saturday night, and it was unbelievable. Well, you know that because I was on your stream. On the train, that's what I was doing. I was coming back from this walk. We did like a 13-mile walk along the south coast, and it was really, really tough stuff. But it was great fun. I feel slightly owned from it today, but honestly, the people on the train on the way back, just so drunk. I don't know anything about this Anniversary Edition. I'm going to have to look it up. I wonder if we should do it now. Skyrim Legendary Edition. I don't mean Legendary Edition. Sorry, Anniversary Edition. Anniversary Edition. Right. Okay, so this is quite funny actually, because apparently it comes with everything that is within the Creation Club. Also some more Creation Club stuff, and I think that for some people who have already utilised everything in Creation Club, they'll probably find that slightly annoying, whereas other people like myself who run Legendary don't have anything in Creation Club. But are they just going to revamp it and plus that stuff? I mean, what kind of PC are you running, Exorcist? Are you running like an up-to-date system? Like, is your like computer something you bought in the last like 2 or 3 years or something? Or are you on console? When was this announced? I can run it, but I watched a YouTube guy explaining the new game, and he said you still need to buy the Creation Club stuff, so what's the point? Well, I would ask that question as well. You still need to buy the Creation Club stuff. Like, I mean, if they like rolled it in, I don't get it. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Should we have a quick check? See, because Bethesda updated the page about it like 2 or 3 days ago, something like that. Skyrim community, blah blah blah. Okay. This is actually quite interesting stuff. If you're a Skyrim fan, they're putting a lot of shit together for it. The Skyrim community has made a name for itself, blah blah blah, incredible fan art. They've put it in a place called the Skyrim Museum. Presumably you get access to that. Okay, you get access to that. Skyrim in concert. Is this happening down the road from me at Alexandra Palace Theatre? 2 PM 11th of November. Okay. Maybe he was wrong, but I wouldn't put it past. I certainly wouldn't put it past Bethesda. I certainly wouldn't. God damn, it's Bethesda. You're going to make me buy this the 10th time. Oh, is the fishing true? I thought it was a joke. Is that actually happening? I thought he was joking about it. Like, when we say fishing, like, it's not going to be like a skill tree. Can you imagine if they made it like a skill tree? Like, you got extra points for like using more lures, and you get like faster real action if you get to adept or something. People told me the same in my stream. Yeah. I mean, fucking hell. I'm just gonna see what else they've written on the page. Next generation enhancements. Okay. 500 Creation Club elements. A new survival mode as well. When you say survival mode, like, do you mean this is not a difficulty mode, it's a survival mode? Like, what's the difficulty? Sorry, what's the difference between a survival mode and a difficulty mode? Exactly. I mean, other people might know. I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between the two. You know what I would really like is Skyrim Anniversary Edition free. Yeah, right. Well, this is good for you, Nick, because apparently current owners of the Special Edition will receive the Anniversary Edition free of charge. Okay. So you don't need to buy it again, Nick. Like in Fallout 4, I imagine, where you have to eat stuff and drink stuff and stuff like that. Fallout 4 survival mode. Oh, is this like a needs thing? Like a needs mod or something like that? Fallout 4, good. Yeah, it is. It's good. It's less goof, more good. What's the actual difference between Special Edition and Anniversary? That question has still not been answered fully, I'm aware. Okay, let's go back and have a look. What's the actual difference? And I don't want to be looking at a load of third-party sites for this, but if they make it easier to understand, then I will. You get fishing survival mode, and Saints and Seducers quests free of charge, right? The latest edition of the game will add over 500 pieces of Creation Club content. So you seem to get, like, access to more Creation Club content, which you can buy. Sorry, what did you say about me? App crashed for a second. Oh, I was saying that you won't have to buy it, because apparently it's free of charge. But I think what they've done a kind of like Microsoft-y thing, whereby you get it free if you already own the special edition, which you do. But I think you have to buy all the extra stuff. So it comes with fishing, a quest line, and permission to buy with mods. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, I'm just, reading off the rubric here on stream. I really don't understand fishing. Does anyone understand the motivation? Was this something the community demanded? Or like, oh, you know what Skyrim really needs because it's in a Nordic place? Fishing. I don't understand. Like, are there not fishing mods? I'm just kind of slightly at a loss to understand why the fuck that's there. And it seems that this is something which really benefits those people who have, like, more up-to-date PCs than people like myself do. I'm just going to look at the system specs, if they've released them. Skyrim Anniversary Edition system specs. Fishing is going to be a novelty thing. Yeah, of course. It's still a bit weird, though. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm not analysing it too deeply. I'd rather just wait for the Skyblivion project. Is there any... Do we have any idea of when that's going to happen? Skyblivion. When it's going to come out? Okay, this is the last time I look at anything to do with Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Includes several new features. There's going to be upgrades for people who have Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S and PS5 owners. The developers add 3 specific pieces of Creation Club content: fishing, survival mode and Saints and Seducers questline. There'll also be 500 other pieces of Creation Club content added. For those who don't know... Okay. Alright. I'll be back. Alright, Fett, see you shortly. So yeah, what it looks like is, from what I can surmise, it's going to be a beefed up version. It said next generation content. I don't know what it means by next generation content, but presumably they'll up the graphics a little bit, because it's next generation content for those on Xbox and PS5. So if you've got the PC version, presumably you may need like an even beefier PC. After years in development, Skyblivion is still a ways out. Headline from 10 days ago. Well, I think these things kind of get stuck in development hell, don't they? It's like what's happened with what's that damn book? The Winds of Winter. I don't know if you're into Game of Thrones at all. But that's something that's been stuck in development hell for like a good few years now. I mean, the one thing that we can say about Bethesda is that at least they've given this anniversary thing a release date. And I'm sure they'll honour it. You can't, because that date, 11/11/11, it's like, If you missed that, it would look really shit. Swell the fan base can be toxic about it, saying things like there's a lot of broken things in the game, the program isn't great, Bethesda is trying their best, lol. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's kind of funny because Bethesda do get kind of... people do dump on them quite a bit. But I think that, you know, the games that they make overall are pretty awesome. I mean, obviously Skyrim is incredible, and Skyrim has glitches and Skyrim has bugs still, and they patched it fucking to hell and back so many times. They patched it. I think they patched it like 20 or 30 times or something after release. And then they brought out, you know, special edition. I think it's just like people are really waiting for Elder Scrolls 6, but that's not going to be around for another like 5 years, I would think. It makes me worried that the EA thing is going to happen. What's the EA thing? What, the Electronic Arts thing? I'm just thinking that that's what EA means in the context, but I don't know what you mean by the EA thing. People shit on Mass Effect Andromeda and they just gave up. Oh really? Oh, is that what happened with Electronic Arts and Mass Effect? So you think that Electronic Arts were affected by... there was some kind of fan backlash? I think it's got to be really fucking hard to be a developer. Really, really, really hard. And I remember when Left 4 Dead 2 came out, not the entire community, but a large section of the community just decided to, like, veto it. Because they're like, oh, you should be doing Half-Life 3 now. You should be focusing on that. And it's going to be terrible, and you have some maps which are during the day and stuff. It's like, you know. So they all got together and said, oh, let's just, like, veto Valve. It's got to be fucking awful, you know. A lot of bitching, and Electronic Arts did a half-assed patch, and people still weren't happy, and they gave up on fixing it. I think, you know, it gets to the point as a developer where you probably just got to think, oh, we'll just cut our losses now, like a shitload of people have bought the game. You know what the problem is? I have no sympathy for Electronic Arts. Really, do you not? Do you want to go into why you have no sympathy for them? I was about to say, like, you know what the problem is? It's like the majority who enjoy the game probably don't speak up as much as the majority who have issues with it. But EA sucks dick anyway. Fair enough. Yeah. I think like the silent people who... It's like on social media, you know, the biggest societal change seems to be affected by those people who are in the vocal minority. They're very, very outspoken about things, and you get people in gaming communities who are really outspoken about how much they hate things. You know, it's very, very toxic micro movements. And then the other people who play the game a lot and like the game a lot, who are probably in the majority, they don't speak up so much about it. It must be quite disheartening, I suppose. They're money-grabbing arseholes who don't care about making a good game for people. Really, I don't know too much about Electronic Arts stuff, or what games they've done. If you could, you know, remind me of like a couple of titles which are big apart from Mass Effect. Electronic Arts have butchered so many games. They stretched their resources over so many games and tried to make money with microtransactions. They should consolidate their money teams on less games to make them better. Yeah, you see, that's the thing. I can't even fucking remember what games they've released. I mean, personally, I'm quite a kind of... I've got more allegiance to certain studios like Bethesda and like Valve. I used to be into Konami, but Konami haven't made so much good shit recently. They have a huge sports department. Yeah, that's right. They've got a fucking huge sports department. Huge sports department. FIFA, Madden, NHL. That's hockey, right? And they do Need for Speed, Battlefront, and Battlefield. I remember Need for Speed. I remember Need for Speed, of course. But this microtransaction thing, is that what Bethesda do with their microtransactions? Like, by which I mean, with regard to Creation Club. Like, I don't know how much a piece of Creation Club content costs. I don't know. Like, how much does it cost? The Sims 4 costs $40, and 20 DLC packs at $29 a piece. I mean, you know, like, at what point does it come kind of exploitation of the fan base, you know? I mean, how good is that content? How good is that DLC content? At least with Bethesda, it's like, kind of like, you've got quality over quantity. I mean, you know, people kind of think, well, I didn't like Dragonborn that much, because the story was a bit meh. But, you know, you get to go back to Soulsteam, and that's pretty fucking cool. And Dawnguard was alright. I mean, I'm personally a big fan of Hearthfire. A lot of people probably thought that Hearthfire was a bit of a weird thing to do. But I really enjoyed it. I definitely spent more time on Hearthfire than those other two. Most EA games are centered on loot box type microtransactions. I mean, to me that does sound kind of like a little bit exploitative. They probably did it in a way that was quite cleverly woven in and knitted to the game as well, I imagine, didn't they? So you felt like you just had to get something else to bump something else up, you know? When everything's sort of woven in together. But yeah, I don't know how much a piece of Creation Club content costs for Skyrim. I mean, for Fett, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. There's a lot of pending lawsuits saying Ebony Arc is basically making gambling accessible to minors. This is interesting. I thought about this as well, because I thought about it with regards to apps. EA is rubbish with microtransactions. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of minors love playing games over smartphones, you know. So presumably they've done something there as well. Does Ebony, that's a gothic metal band. Does Ebony Electronic Arts have like smartphone games as well? They must have a finger in that pie, surely, I would have thought. Gambling, probably. Some companies are just dog shit at this, at these kinds of things. And I don't think that Bethesda is one of the, like, there's a girl outside who wants to have her photo taken by her boyfriend, and I don't think he can be bothered. Because we live in front of a nice kind of expanse of water here, and it's quite funny seeing what people get up to. But yeah, I mean, some companies are much better than others, and I think Bethesda's alright. Bethesda's pretty good, generally, I think. I think that Valve are one of the better ones. Don't know what the fuck happened to Konami. What are we doing here? Ice. Eagle, snake, whale. Eagle. No, this is going to be snake. And this is going to be whale? Yeah, this is going to be whale. You're nosy. You know what? It's actually hard to miss it sometimes, because like where the flat is here, it's quite a picturesque area in South London, and because of that, it means that we get a lot of people taking photographs, and it's quite interesting to see I mean, I just have to look out my window and it happens. To see what they're doing and how they're doing it, and you see, I've seen everything from people just like, you know, taking photographs of their significant other, to people like twerking, to I saw 3 girls doing some synchronized dance routine, probably for like a TikTok video or something. I've seen film shoots, model shoots, fashion shoots, all kinds of stuff. It's quite funny. I think every major game studio does it, but moderation is key. Absolutely, I mean, moderation is the key with everything. I think it's so difficult, kind of finding that balance. But it means that it's easier to see when that line has been crossed. I don't think Bethesda have crossed it. Hopefully, no porn shoots. Do you live near Crystal Palace Stadium? See, this is actually quite a funny question, because I'm not too far from Crystal Palace, the area. Crystal Palace Stadium. Do you mean the sports one? Do you mean the sports stadium? I'm not too far from there. I'm a few miles away, but I'm not far away at all from Crystal Palace. Porn shoots. It's like, no, because it's open air, you see. So I don't know, like how that would work. I've seen some like Selhurst Park. I'm not far. I'm not far at all. Why, do you know people around there? Yeah, I'm not far away. Right, I'm gonna try and pull this and then see if we're wrong or not. Probably a good idea to save it again. I think at some point we're gonna have to end up doing some kind of tomb just chatting stream. We always end up having like chats within tombs. Ah, Exorcist, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Oh God, you don't have quick save. I just don't use it. I don't use it. I've read on forums many times that you shouldn't use quick save. I don't know why. Another follower of the Army Crows. Yeah. We're getting there. Yeah, I mean, I don't use quick save. I use hard saves. And as you can see, like, gotta bail. Have a good night, fellas. Yeah, nice to see you, and thanks for dropping into the stream, Exorcist. Hopefully see you soon. Check out the About page and go to the Discord, etc., etc. Well, hopefully we'll see you again soon. The schedule's all up there. But the yeah, because look, if you look at the amount of saves we've got, we're like over 2,500 saves now, which means quite a lot of hard drive space taken up. Okay. Darkmire Great Hall. This is where it's going to get hard. This is where it's going to get difficult. I've actually been dreading this part, because not only do I not know like how many health points the enemies are going to have from this point on, I don't know how they're going to affect her. Shade Sentinel. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Fucking hell. That damage was a fuck of a lot, though. Jesus. Wow. Where's he gone? Jesus. This is when it's going to get hard. Someone called a Who. Is that a Who song? Okay. That was a lot of damage. I mean, being a mage in a situation like this is just like tricky, but I can't really complain because, you know, that was one of the ideas behind coming here. Song and album called It's Hard. Can you recommend a track from that one? Okay. Okay, yeah, have a think. Closed wounds. Really going to need restoration here. Hello. Oh, God. The other thing is that the way he's designed this, it's like it's a big area, so you can't kind of entrap these sentinels. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. If we, I think it should be an aim to get through this without dying. I think that would be a good aim. We're going to go to the left, I think. Athena, and It's Hard. Athena. And It's Hard from The Who. Album of the same latter track name. Okay. Oh, that's not the one we want. Where are you? I think it would be better just to dual cast these guys. I'm tempted to do that. Actually, Athena and Eminence front. Athena and Eminence front. Eminence front. Okay. Okay. Right. I'm going to try and dual cast these ones from here on. They're hard. Oh, for fuck's sake! This is only like the left-hand chamber. There's another one straight ahead. We're going to have to deal with this first. I don't know how many times we're going to end up saving here. I don't think we can paralyze this lot. I'm gonna fucking try. No. No one hides from the dead. It's hard. It's hard when you're a mage to. Oh wow, that was great. That was some nice spell absorption there. That was cool. Okay, I'm fully here. Gonna eat some lunch. Good man. Good man. Nice to see you fully on. What's for lunch? Oh yeah, you didn't mention. I was gonna say you didn't mention the contents of grocery shopping, but you know, like maybe people aren't interested in that. I'm interested in it. I'd be interested to know what you got. Okay. Oh, and by the way, the humidity, it feels like 36. That's awfully That's too much. That's too much. Way too much. It's Hard was very much contemporary early 80s rock. Okay. I'm going to be listening particularly to the bass line. Particularly. Because I know how much Wasp like the bass lines of Who numbers. Is this a dead end? Yeah, I had a feeling that was a dead end. And no wind. Well, that makes it a fuck of a lot worse, doesn't it? But do you have you got air conditioning, Nick? How many of these Shade Sentinels? Is it 2? Okay, fine. Oh fuck! Got trapped in a pool. What about you? Are you done? Yeah, I think so. God, I hate it. I just hate it when, like, something so small happens, like a stone, a flagstone on the floor or something, like, stops you and then you end up dying. Or like a pillar gets in your way, you know? Grocery shopping was meh. Dumb shit redneck people in the store. What happened? Yeah, I certainly do keep our apart. Oh, well... Great, you've got aircon. That's cool. I want to know what happened in your grocery store. Right. Little bit of looting boxes and shit. Necklace of Waning Frost. Well, we don't really need it, but we can sell it. I don't know if I should be pressing on or just going down that other route. I don't know. Don't even notice that we're not doing this as a pure mage. We're doing this as sorry, we are doing this as a pure mage. But there's no vampire armor. Just people getting in the way. Dilly-dallying, just fucking around. I try to go in and out as fast as I can. Well, fair enough. It's not good out there. Spoken like a true gamer. If you want some good bass stuff, Barbara O'Reilly live at Shepperton. That's interesting, actually. Barbara O'Reilly, because... I didn't know that was The Who. I didn't know that was The Who, because that is a... Nirvana covered it. And a lot of people don't know that, but Nirvana covered it because I had it on a bootleg. And I didn't know what Barbara O'Reilly was. Now this is the part. By the way, I finished the Forgotten City. You finished it already. You finished it already. Wow. I'm impressed. I think the thing about Forgotten City is it's just like it's one of those not only mods but it's almost like a sort of mini game in a sense. It makes you think about things other than, you know, just outside the game itself. Like, you know, when you're going round the place, because the mod starts with you going round it after the events have happened, and you see things on the floor from like people who used to be there, and it's great. It's great. It's an awesome song. Has great bass, badass electric guitar, and harmonica. I've never played the Forgotten City. Fet, I think, you know, if I could speak for Nick, I think it's fair to say that he'd recommend it. And I recommend it as well, absolutely. Let's see if we can chuck in Barbara O'Reilly. Can we get the? Can I find the Nirvana cover somewhere as well? I don't know. For sure, really good original score. Yeah, there's one funny thing about the score that I found, and I don't know whether you'll find it. I certainly found it. I'm just going to go down the other way now. Which was that I found that it kind of oh god, look at that. That's beautifully creepy. That's pretty amazing. What I found is that the score overwrote the vanilla in-game music. That's what I found, and what I had to do afterwards was I had to remove the mod, which you're told is not something that you should do from a save file. But I think it doesn't matter really for something like the Forgotten City, because the Forgotten City only takes place in one location. The only thing it would affect is if you took the armor with you, that would disappear afterwards. No, can't find the Nirvana version. The fact that you say that you can't find the Nirvana version makes me wonder if it actually exists anywhere on the internet. If it doesn't exist anywhere on the internet, then I'm going to have to put it there. But that's kind of difficult because I don't have an optical drive in any of my computers, and I've only got it on CD. But it does exist. It does exist. You should look into something called Enderal. It's its own game. I think free on Steam. They use Skyrim's engines and assets to create its own physiological story. It's fun. So you've played it. And this is something which you have to... It's on YouTube. Okay, cool. Cool. This is something that you've played? You've played Enderal? I think... Do I have to create a new character? I think I would have to create a new character. What's down this bit? Why is this bit here? There's got to be something on the other side of these cobwebs. Yes, there is. This door is barred from the other side. That's interesting. I feel like there's something else of importance here. Do I have to... I mean, do I have to unlock it and then open the bar from the other side? I really want to find out what this is about. Oh, it's open. Oh God, what is going on? Hang on. Yeah, it's fun. It's its own entity. A new character is what happens. It's got graceful acting and storytelling. I didn't get super far into the first half. The first half hour is already pretty messed up. Okay. Okay. That's definitely something we should look into then. The Who, one of my favourites, did some of my favourite LPs ever. Such as? Which ones? Oh, okay, so there's a fuckload of soul gems. Okay. And we were going to talk about vinyl as well, weren't we? About vinyl collections at some point. and about like how many LPs, because I don't have. I caused the first disaster in Forgotten City. Yeah. Yep. I feel you there. It was. I think it was actually the first mod I played. I think because I really wanted like a quest mod rather than anything else, and I think it's a great one to start with. It's very atmospheric. You stole a potion, Tommy Quadrophenia. Who's next? Who are you? Is Quadrophenia like? Was the title of that album a reaction to the mod scene, or was it an album that kind of helped start the mod scene? Because I don't really know much about the mods. I don't know much about the the mods rockers rivalry. Was it a rivalry? Yeah. Also, the other thing that I remember about Forgotten City is the fact that one of the barmaid in the inn has a really sexy voice. I remember. She sounds like she should do like, I don't know, like audio porn or something. I can't remember. Is it called the Golden Sentinel? I think it's called the Golden Sentinel. It's a fun change of pace. You get so used to grabbing everything in Skyrim, this mod makes you slow down a little. Yeah, it does. Yeah, in fact, for a while I just sort of stayed within the city while the people were there. It's quite Silent Hill, actually. I don't know how much of Silent Hill you've played, but you probably haven't because you don't like horror games very much, do you? But that first part where you arrive there and it's all dark, and you've got the suicide note, and you go through the citadel, and it's all dark. That's very Silent Hill. You don't like being chased? No, I know you don't. I've had some dreams about that. They were fucking terrifying. Quadrophenia came out by the time the whole mod thing died. Oh, okay. It's often cited as the LP that inspired the late 70s mod revival. God, I don't know much about the about who the mods were. That's my issue. That's really one of my problems. You should check out some of my clips on my channel from Resident Evil 8. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Are these recent clips? Are there any flying bears in your Resident Evil clips? Because I think that should be a mainstay of the stream from now on. What I've noticed about Darkmire Crypt is that it's at this point where people get a bit lost, because one of the things that you need is the claw, the combination claw, to get further on. And all it shows is that people aren't looking round hard enough for it. Because if you go round the corner here, there's a pull chain, and it's within there. And I found it the first time I was here, but a lot of people just don't find this thingy. Oh fuck! Wow, I should have known something like that was going to happen. I screamed like a little girl. Oh, it's definitely worth watching then. And from a couple of months ago. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that there was like a kind of sort of not a rivalry, but I think people tend to be Silent Hill people or Resident Evil people. And but I've never played Resident Evil, so I don't know. Who Are You is basically the Who doing new wave. The opener has some of the funniest lyrics ever. Okay, and which album is that from? I think I should just look these all up. One thing that I quite enjoy listening to the older stuff is the difference in sound production from the stuff now. Like, you know, it's none of this fucking brick-walled sound, which I can't fucking stand. Necklace of Disease Resistance. Do we really need that? Who Are You is the album. Oh, okay. Okay. That's another one to look at. We've got some nice stuff. God, I forgot we were talking about Led Zeppelin. Look at all the stuff we've got already to have a look at. Right, so Citadel, yes, and we were talking about. Yeah, this is the Who section. Oh, Who Are You? Who Are You album. Check the opener. Resident Evil had a period where they drifted from horror into more action. 5 was okay and 6 was garbage when Resident Evil 7 came out. It went super hard back into horror with a first person view, because that sounds my kind of stuff. That sounds like much more my kind of stuff. And you're doing Resident Evil 8, so how does Resident Evil 8 compare to the rest of that? Although You Bet is funnier, one of my favourite Who songs, full stop. Well, I was looking at the Who the other day on Rate Your Music, and I know that there are like 4 albums of theirs which are considered the important ones. So I'll have to look out for those. Look at those 4 albums, which seem like pretty much the ones that you cited, Fet, I think. Right. Okay. These things in here we're not going to necessarily need. I mean, we have. Look at all the stuff we've got just from this tomb so far. This is just from this tomb. We haven't had to use any of it quite yet. A definite look at, and I think you'd love Resi 8. It's Scandinavian. Is it? Resident Evil 8 is Scandinavian looking. Well, I would definitely enjoy that. All of their albums are fantastic. Truly a class act. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I was saying, like one of the problems that I also have is lack of like the sound production. It's a lot of stuff. I think that the sort of brick-walled sound production works very well for pop music. Very, very well for pop. I don't think it works well for rock. I don't think it works well for metal. I think that you need a lot of texture and more kind of mid-range. If you're okay. If you're doing a guitar-based album, I don't know what's going on here. This is like a hub of some sort. Engleford Sanctum is there. Yolgata, right. These are the other Guardians. This is so well designed, this dungeon. It's great. I forgot that there's like a guide that we were looking at. What's interesting is that we've done 4. We've done 4 of the Guardians, and those doors are for Velrur and Yolgata. So where are Sjorgar and Rugar? It's a beautiful blend of Resi 4 and 7. Okay, some of the Phil Spector stuff, Wall of Sound. Who's Phil Spector? I've heard the name. So I can't get into either of these places. So the only way to go is forward. The only way to go is ahead. It'd be great if one day we could get like Hammet into to comment. That would be great. The only problem is that I know that I think he's in the Philippines, and the Philippines is like the time difference between Philippines and the UK is pretty bad. I think they're like 8 hours ahead. So over in the Philippines, it's probably like 4 o'clock in the morning or something currently. I could try and get him on one, but it's like it'd have to be like an early morning stream. I'd have to do it at like 10 o'clock in the morning or something. Which means that if you're in the US, you know, it'd be like 4 o'clock in the morning your time. I also started Dawnguard yesterday. Israeli and Durna imbeciles didn't notice a blatant vampire walk through their front door. I know, it's quite funny that, isn't it? So you're a vampire, right? Your sneaky snake is a vampire. Vampiress, excuse me. Now beyond here is the seal combination door that we need the claw for. And the next thing we have to do is unlock this. But there are still 4 guardians to go. Strongbox has the keys to those chambers down there. But there are also 2 doors here. And there's an inscription, I think. Beyond this barred door lies the burial chamber of Engleford. Her tomb is sealed and should not be disturbed. To go through, you have to face her most fearsome warriors. May the divines guide you on your path to Sovngarde. Well, there's an assumption. Yes, she was hesitant at first, but then realised how much more killing she can do as a vampire. I mean, I was hesitant to make Xynn a vampire, and then I just kind of realised that, like, it was kind of her calling, so to speak. This door is barred from the other side. And this one as well? Yep. Okay. But we've still done like 4 guardians. And we've still got 4 to go. I think we're going to have to look at the guide to see which one. We've got Velrur. Where is Sjorgar? Are they going to be inside there? Velrur is incineration and Yolgatar is frost. You won't go to Sovngarde, exactly. No way. I mean, at some point I've got to like get her dedicated to Nocturnal or something like that. Isn't that just an afterlife for Nords? Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, Nords within the game, obviously in the Scandinavian lore or Norwegian lore is Valhalla. But I have to say, Dilger is doing a lot better fighting now. Well, what level is she? I was just seeing what the oh, here we go. Maroonsdagon, Mafalo or Malagbol. Those were the Daedra that I was thinking of dedicating her to. Velrur is Winterfrost. Just got to level 20, yep. I found that with Xynn, like, things started getting better after level like 24, 25. That was when the game started to come a bit smoother. But up till level 20 she was just fucking dying a load of the time. And also closing on 200 hours of Skyrim Special Edition on Steam. Yeah, that's just Skyrim Special Edition for you, as far as I recall. Because if I'm not incorrect, like, over time, you've played a lot more than that. Is that not correct? Oh, fuck. With the lights out, it's more dangerous. What? Do we have any yeah. What key does this? Almost at level 70 on Sneak. Really? I've played a lot of Skyrim. I couldn't begin to say. I think you've played more than me. This lock cannot be picked. He absolutely puts so much loot, but decent loot in. The oil slick. That corona of light on the floor is pretty gorgeous. Am I the only one who notices things like that? I hope other people notice things like that. I just think that's beautiful. Oh God, there's water. Is this going to be another deep and long one? No, I don't think so. Still no perks into lockpicking. Ha ha ha! But with sneak attack on daggers, I'm doing 30 times damage. Oh, well, that's fucking good, isn't it? Okay. Nah, short and fat. Yeah, exactly. Definitely a short and fat one. Still no perks into lockpicking. Sneak attacks on target. Well, that's 30 times damage. I've only ever managed 3. The good thing about this is that there's a pulley door. Can we dual cast? I don't want to dual cast. Okay. It's a beautiful place, that's for sure. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna try and fucking dual cast him. Why not? Okay. The thing is, when he runs away from the spot, that's the issue. Whoa! I don't think we need to do anything more with him. Surely that's just got to be it. If I could just not even expend any more magicka. Yep, there we go. Yeah, lockpicking perks aren't necessary in Skyrim. No, they're not necessary. No, they're not. Bethesda fixed it in Fallout 4. You have to take lockpick perks to do a higher level lock. Right, well that makes a lot more sense. Hang on, I'm just going to check what her armor is. Yeah, 350. Because she's full mage, so no light armor at all. So she's getting all of that from ebony flesh. That's pretty good that they did that. That Bethesda did that. Engleford's boots. Is there anything special about them? There must be something special about them. Sneaking is 50% better. Frost resistance is increased by 75%. Stamina regenerates 50% faster. It's pretty fucking good. It's a shame that she doesn't wear heavy armor. I'm not sure which I prefer, because it makes sense to not be able to pick a master lock without taking perks, and then... But then again, master level chest in Skyrim doesn't mean great things inside. You're right. It really doesn't. Rugar's key. Rugar's key to what? Was it the door further down? Woohoo. Do we want to pull that? I don't know if I wanted to pull that. Do we have... hang on, do we have to go back the way we came? Do we have to go swimmy again? Break 20 lockpicks on a master chest to get 20 gold and 5 lockpicks, yeah. Break 20 lockpicks on a master chest to get 20 gold and 5 lockpicks. I know, it's fucking weird, isn't it? Some of them are quite shit. But Hammet does well with the loot. It seems to kind of make sense in its own way. Now there's another door down here, I think. Okay. I would expect that somewhere off here we would have the 6th Guardian. I would expect. Fallout has the same problem. There would be a high level locked door and inside it is a high level chest and nothing good in it. I mean, it's kind of weird, isn't it? I wonder if Bethesda kind of do this sometimes just to help you level up your lockpicking, and that will helpfully help your character level up a little bit more or something. I don't know. Fucking hell, there's more! I just fucking closed the door. It's just like, fuck. What's this? Ancient Nord Greatsword of Frost. I mean, these poisons and things are great, but I don't think as a mage you can make much use of them. I don't think you can. At least we've got over 100 lockpicks now. Right, I think you aren't getting tired of looking at Draga ruins, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, where? Oh shit! I'll answer that question in a moment. Oh. There are 2 of them. This is going to be a problem. It sounds like one of them's down. Yeah, they both are. Yeah, you just got a shitload of picks so you can burn through them to break locks. Yeah, exactly, that's what you do. Am I not getting tired of looking at Draga ruins? No. This is actually the 2nd time with a different character now that I've gone through this dungeon pack. So, and we've got so many more to do as well, but they get a little bit different from here on, actually. I seem to remember, because the one after this is White Frigid Cave, and then there's Frostgrim Hollow, so they get a little bit different after this, if I recall. I think, you know, it just depends what your favourite thing is about Skyrim. I don't know what Fett's favourite thing is about Skyrim. I mean, Fett, we haven't really talked to Fett much about, like, what he likes about Skyrim. I mean, I know that he's got a character who's a dark elf, a male dark elf called Ralph. I remember that. But, you know, him as a player, him as an individual, you know, what does he like about it? I'll be interested to know that. I mean, what I like about it is the Scandinavian lore aspect. I love the dark underground environments, and I love, I mean, having been to Norway a few times myself, it's very accurate how the different holes and biomes are represented. Oh sweet, I'm enjoying the sneak build. right now it's broken as shit, but it's very fun and acting like a sniper. Yes! I would find that pretty tough, I think. I think I would find that... Oh god, there's more. Should we save? What is this thing on the top right? What is that icon? The one with the 3 dots. What does that relate to? Come on, Shade. Let's have it, you. Where is he? I definitely saw one. I love the cities and towns and general landscape of the game. It's a really nice world. Well, I think Fett, you were saying that your favourite place was the Rift, right? The Rift/Rift Den. I think you were saying that that's your favourite place. And I mean, I have yet to decide on what mine is, in spite of all this time, because it would be a combination of Harfinger and Hjalmarch. Eastmarch isn't bad, to be honest. I like to find the perfect angle for a good bow shot, and now I've got a crossbow. What kind of crossbow? Is it like a dwarven one or a normal one? The shade things that came out of the pool in the Forgotten City scared the shit out of me. Yeah, they were quite scary. They are quite scary. It's creepy, especially the beginning. As I'll say again, especially the beginning is creepy. No, Whiterun. Why did I think it was the Rift? Like, where I was yesterday, and by which I mean in the real world where I was yesterday, down south near Beachy Head, there were parts of that, and there are parts of the South Downs, as I've spoken before, which are like Whiterun. But what I've done is yesterday I took a lot of photos of where I was yesterday along the south coast between Seaford and Eastbourne, and it's so much of it looks like Whiterun. And what I'll do is I'll stick some of those in the Discord, maybe in the exercise channel. I think that's what I'll do. I'll put them in there. Then you can see just how much like Whiterun those places are. I enjoy the Rift and around Winterhold. I can't remember what hold that is. I enjoy the Rift and around Winterhold. So you've got the Rift down in the southeast. The Rift down in the southeast. Winterhold is in the northeast. I think there are only two holds on the east side. I don't think there's something in the centre. No, the Pale is like in the north, just like central north is the Pale, where Dawnstar is. The Rift and Winterhold. Yeah, I mean they're both separate holds. So the Rift is the Rift and Winterhold is Eastmarch. Oh, really? Your favourite is Dawnstar. We may have mentioned this before. I mean the Pale. I'd live in the Pale. I'd definitely live in the Pale. I would. I'd live in Dawnstar. I would live in Dawnstar. It's cold, but it's beautiful. And I'd get repeatedly drunk in the Wind Peak Inn. Is it the Wind Peak Inn that's in Dawnstar? I think it's the Wind Peak Inn. I'd have loved if Winterhold had more settlements, maybe a village and another mine. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like her favourite place. Xynn's favourite place is Winterhold. Only because of the Mage's College. She's a vampire, but she doesn't hang out at Castle Volkihar. It would be good if there was just a little bit more to Winterhold, but it is a city which is in disrepair. I think if we went back in time and looked at some of the older lore of Winterhold, like in Oblivion, for instance, or even like Morrowind times, There's probably a lot more going on there then. I'd live in Iverstead. Iverstead. Would you get a little bored? But I think people could say that about Dawnstar. I don't think I'd get very bored in Dawnstar because it's right on the coast, and you've got all that shipping around the Sea of Ghosts. It's fucking awesome. And if you go a little bit west, then you end up in Solitude, and Solitude is a happening place. Iverstead, I tell you what, you'd be fucking healthy and fit if you went up the 7,000 steps every so often. Be a great place for exercise. And the other thing about Iverstead is it is picturesque if you like the whole autumnal look. I think there's some dodgy stuff happening. Doggy or dodgy? I want to know about dodgy stuff. If there's dodgy stuff, I want to know about it. I don't want to miss out on it. Never mind, I was thinking Rorikstead. Rorikstead is interesting. I mean, Rorikstead's probably more boring than Iverstead, I think. I think there's less going on. But I think if you did live in Iverstead, you could probably entertain yourself in the inn. There's some beautiful scenery around the waterfalls, which are to the north of Iverstead. Round about where Sepulchre... What's that? Twilight Sepulchre. And then you can go up the steps and there's a lot happening there. So it's a very picturesque place with a lot of different environments. And it's got a cool inn. Valemere. Isn't it the Valemere Inn? Isn't that what it's called? I'd just go to Riften if I was bored. Well, that's true actually. Riften's not too far away. That's true. I was going to say dodgy about Iverstead, but I meant Rorikstead. For a village in Skyrim to get a shout out at the beginning of the game, nothing happens there. That's true. That's where that horse thief is from. What happens here? Do we just go over the edge here? Oh, it's a staircase. It's just when I think like we're getting towards where this place is going to finish, it's like it still goes on. You know, who would have been halfway to Hammerfell by now, yeah. I don't know how many times I've seen that intro. Not because I've created... Well, I have created a lot of characters, but I've only ever played 2. I fucked around. But, like... This is my second character. Right. Oh, it's another big... Right, let's take him back. Oh, he's gone already. He's gone already. I think we've talked about where Old Scroll 6 would take place. Hammerfell will be fun. It's very deserty. Yeah, it is. It's like... I mean, each race in Skyrim, just like in real life, has its own homeland. For the Dark Elves, it's Morrowind. For the Nords, it's obviously Skyrim. For the Khajiits, it's down in Elsewhere, I think. And for the Red Guards, it's Hammerfell. Makes sense because they're a dark-skinned race, so for them to come from somewhere that was very desert-like makes a lot of sense. But I mean, nobody. I guess I never put 2 and 2 together. Almost like Egyptian style, with their garbs and curved swords. Curved swords. You know those warriors from Hammerfell. They've got curved swords. Curved swords. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you've got a lot of that sort of Arabic, Middle Eastern influence in the culture of. Well, yeah, it's like sort of Arabic / North African influence in the in the Red Guards. If we go down here, are we going to be able to get back up again? This is for a cool weapon. It's not great. Well, you see, the thing is, it's like I can't remember what those ones are called. But remember, at some point in Soulsteam, you get 2 scimitars. One of them's called Blood Scythe. And the other one's called... Bleh, I can't remember what the other one's called. But they're not that great. Oh, this is where we came in. Hang on. I'll be back. Alright, Fet, see you shortly. She's missed a trick somewhere. Something has been missed in this section. Unique variants don't count. Is it this? Yes, it's that. Ow. That's not so bad. I'm a big fan of ebony stuff. Oh my god. Yeah, Zell, my Redguard character. The one who leveled like crazy high. Yeah, well, fuck. Ah, God. I was hoping to get through the whole thing without a death, but never mind. Because what he did is he cast Paralyze, and though she's kind of a little bit immune to that, it's not that much. I'm just going to try and keep the distance. Wait, well, what just happened? Like this Shade Sentinel, he cast Paralyze on her. It's like almost he's got like Paralyze in the weapon somewhere or something. He may do actually. Can I get his weapon? I don't think we can. He's like, ha, not fun to be paralysed, is it? Ha ha, yeah, she's getting her comeuppance now. This is poetic justice. Okay. I would imagine where there's going to be another Guardian, right? There's got to be another one here, surely. Detect dead. I'm just firing into nothingness at the moment. That's okay. So he's down. Her magicka regenerates really quickly at the moment, which is fantastic. Also doing sneak is fun because you can use arrows to lure people around, and they generally investigate where the sound came from. That's nice. It's like playing Thief. The AI isn't great, but it's decent at that. Have you played Thief at all? I think you'd have to have some kind of patience. Hang on, Velra is here. Oh, he's airborne. Have we got like spell absorption? Yeah, we do. Yeah, look, that spell absorption is fucking awesome. I want to get rid of this Shade Sentinel. Okay, we did. Because we got spell absorption, it's like this character is not really much of a threat. Can I just stand here and see what happens? Is it too arrogant not to give her ebony flesh? Probably is a bit. I wonder. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Nice to see you. Thank you. Okay, I was being rather arrogant there with the lack of ebony flesh. His health regenerates, but to be honest, he poses pretty much no threat to her because her fire resistance is so good. So it's just a matter of just watching him go down. He can fire this thing till the cows come home. It's not going to make any difference. Staff of Inferno. It's okay. Any chests? Oh look, there's a chest. Engleford's Cuirass. We have. I played it briefly, but I don't remember caring much for it. Is there fighting in it? Yeah, I think there is some fighting. I think there is some fighting. Yeah. You'd just be eating those flames. Yeah, we were kind of, weren't we? We were kind of. I'm just gonna take a look at her cuirass. Engleford's cuirass. Health regenerates 50% faster. Increase fire resistance by 75. Increase poison resistance by 100. And we also got a key, right? I'm just going to check if we left anything. I don't think we did. Just hold a salmon and cook it for me, bitch. Oh, there's a second one. Okay. Right, let's go. Let's go. That was number... Fuck. 6 of 8. That was number 6 of 8. And also, we haven't met Engleford herself. And Engleford herself will be at the end of the crypt. Does that take us through? Yes, it does. One moment. Okay. So what's happened? This is the bit that looks through into the sanctum. That's what that is. You're a fan of scary games. I'd imagine you like more atmospheric horror and not jump scary. Yeah, you're correct about that. Like I don't like jump scares. Not because, you know, I don't find them like scary. Not because I find them too scary, sorry. But because I just think it's a cheap kind of scare tactic. We can all do jump scares. You know, I hate it, especially in films where they do jump scares. It's just really kind of so tacky, you know, so cheap. But I do like atmospheric games. Yeah, which is why I brought up like Silent Hill earlier. No, did we look inside this? The gates are still cross-closed. Right, there we go, look. Okay. So now we've only got those to move. We've only got these ones to move now until we get into Engleford's area. Okay, I mean, it hasn't been dreadful so far. And that one paralytic encounter was unexpected but effective. I'm right there with you. Five Nights at Freddy's has that cheap jump scare factor. What is Five Nights at Freddy's? Is that a film or a game? We loved the new Conjuring movie. Oh, really? I haven't seen it. I've seen the first one. I've seen the first Conjuring film, not the second one. I think it's particularly hard these days for studios to make. Holy shit! What happened? What happened? I think it's particularly hard these days for studios to make. You don't know Five Nights at Freddy's? No, I don't know what Five Nights at Freddy's is. I've got no idea. Am I going to have to watch it? Well, I don't know. Is it a film? I get the impression it's a film. I think it's a film, isn't it? Okay, Yolgatar's burial key. Let's just look at our guide very briefly. Let's look at where we are. So that was Velrur, and now Yolgatar. Okay. It's another indie horror game that blew up over the last 8 years. Really? God, how have I not heard of it? Fucking hell. It's got a good and dense, messed up lore, but it's mainly just jump scares. Animatronics, animals coming to life. Whoops. What would I make of it then if it's mostly jump scares? What would I think of it? Now this is interesting. This is a different area. This is a different kind of area to the last ones. He's made this slightly different because we didn't have this before. We didn't have like a altar here in that area. So he's made them slightly different. Okay, I'm going to try and not let what happened with the last one happen again. These Shade Sentinels are kind of deceptive. Where is it? Oh, is it behind her? Fuck. Oh god, he's got paralyzed as well, I think. Has he? Really have to keep her distance from this slot. Okay. Right. It's a tough one. It's not super trolley. It has mechanics to beat the game, but it's a bit repetitive. I'm not sure. I think the first game is like $5 on Steam. Be a quick look at it. This is a single player game. Or is it multiplayer? And there's a chest there. Oh god, look what's... This is layered, this dungeon, and I'm not talking about with regards to the architecture of the dungeon. It's got just like different themes in it. Each guardian has its own separate theme and strength, and he also appears to have you know made each section relevant to that guardian with regards to what their abilities are. It's a single player, and at the time it was a big change of pace in horror. You stay in one spot and animatronics make their way to you. Five Nights at Freddy's had excellent atmosphere, and that's it really. So did you like it, Fett, or did you like parts of it and just thought that it was kind of improvable? Because for me, as far as I'm concerned, like Skyrim having atmosphere is really important. Atmosphere is like a big part of it for me. And it has atmosphere in ladles. I'm getting confused. Is this the part we came in at? No, it's not. This is a different part. There's a staff there. Staff of paralysis. Well, we don't need it necessarily. I'm slightly confused as to whether to go down that door, down the doorway, or this way. I'm gonna try for the doorway. The fourth Five Nights at Freddy's had excellent was really good. That's it. How many are there? How many of the games are there? Okay. Where is this guy? Is he on the other side of the door? Oh, he's there. He actually broke through. Yeah, it's this paralyze. He's got the can I lead him up the stairs there? He's got the ability to do it. Come on, just come up this way. And if we could just lead him round. The environment gives us enough options with how to play enemies like this. And if he just comes up here, that should be it. Yeah. There are like 9 now. Really? What, 9 of those games? Like 7. Not really sure. Yeah, normally you look at security cams to see where everyone is at, so you know when to block an attack. But the fourth one is just using your ears and listening to the sounds. So, okay, does that mean... it sounds like a bit like... what's that film? Paranormal Activity, but with animatronics in them. Something like that. The security cam, or hidden security cam footage thing, can be quite effectively done. Fourth's music was excellent too. Could you just start on the fourth? Is that okay? Can you just start with the fourth game? Or do you have to go from the first? I think a lot of these places a lot of these studios make it so you can start further down the line. I mean, the same could be said of like Skyrim and Oblivion and stuff. It's like, you don't have to start with Arena, you know? You can go to like any of them. I started with Oblivion, didn't like it that much. I've toyed with Morrowind. We're gonna have to save. It's your gameplay, Nick, which has advised me or reminded me of the importance. Of saving. Yeah, I think you can. There's connections, but it's deep conflict. Oh, really? Oh, so maybe it's advisable to start on one of the other ones. That's some swing he's got there. He really does. If we can just lead him through here, it should probably be okay. Okay. From a gameplay perspective, 4 is where to start. The YouTube channel Game Theory did like 20 videos on the story trying to make sense of it. A lot of retconning for sure. Yeah. Sometimes they do it retrospectively, don't they? With the storylines, they try to make sense of things that may not have made sense. So we've still got 2 Guardians to go. We've still got 2 Guardians to go, and then we've got Engleford herself. And Engleford herself is obviously the one I'm least looking forward to. But I do know from experience that her weapon, which is her main weapon, which is a mace, has got 3, if not 4, enchantments attached to it. I think it does 18 points per second health, stamina. Is it and magicka drain? No. And it's got a chance to paralyze. She is the most formidable boss that I've come across, more than Karstag, definitely. I'm more than sure the creator had no idea where the story was going in the first couple of days. Yeah, maybe he wrote himself into a corner. The more games came out, and there's a film in the works too. I just find it really, really odd that this has passed me by, but I'm pleased you brought it up. He's also done a big series of books and short stories, almost Goosebumps style. Some on my PC now. Xynn looks pretty schmexy. Oh, so how do you normally watch the stream? Do you normally watch it on your phone or something, rather than have it on full screen, or with a Twitch screen with the chat box to the right hand side of it? Well, this is her mage gear. She's not doing this one in the Lust Maud armor because I wanted her to have a really fast magicka recharge rate, and that's only going to come with mage robes, really, because enchantment isn't strong enough for that. I was listening on my phone at the store, and when I was eating lunch I was on my iPad, now I'm on my PC. Wow, that's good stuff, Nick. I mean, I really appreciate you, I just bashed the desk with my chair, coming and looking on different devices. That's cool. I use the browser version of Twitch, works best. Me too, Fett. I mean, I'm 95% browser on my desktop station rather than on my phone. Because the phone, it's just tiny. For sure, Twitch app is kind of shit. Yeah, it is kind of shit. Also, what annoys me about Twitch's app is how when you try to you can't look at the browser version on your phone. Well, I can't. Every time I try to go to the browser version or type Twitch browser version into my phone browser, it sends me to the damn app. But on Twitch Mobile, you can still set it to audio and lock your screens to listen. I didn't know that. Useful information. Very useful information. Okay. I am going to finish this damn dungeon, this stream. I wanted this stream to be like, this particular one, to be encapsulated for Darkmire Crypt, not to go on to any of the other ones. Seeing as we've got 2 Guardians remaining, plus Engleford, I'm sure it'll be doable. That looks like a filled sarcophagus to me. What? Okay. Orange normally pertains to, like, skeletons, presumably, for detect dead. I had planned to finish the Forgotten City last night in my stream and finished it in 20 minutes. How did you finish it so quickly? On my second stream. Oh, okay. The thing about Forgotten City is it can just sort of go on and on and on, depending, I'll give her a shower, how you play it. I would imagine this is going to be the 7th Guardian. I would imagine. What can we expect? Hold on. Yolgatar is going to be Master of Winterfrost. Who was the other one that we found just before Velra? Was it Sjorgar? I think we're going to be looking for Rugar and then Yolgatar. I think that's what we're going to be looking for. Definitely. I had a weird thing happen when it reset. I blew past the guy sitting on the top of the Batley. That was a rude thing to do, so the Centurions decided it was time to kill. You know, there's a guy on YouTube called... he's got a weird name. It's like _bacon or something like that. Who's got a lot of very, very amusing videos of just very short clips, generally of like 30 to 60 seconds of things that have happened within Skyrim and Oblivion. And some of them have just made me... I don't laugh at very much. I think I'm generally just quite a cynical person. But the clips that he's put on YouTube are very, very funny. And they're not like modded or anything. I don't think they are anyway. They're just glitches and bugs that have happened in the game. Well, obviously something's going to happen here. Have you heard the new ACDC LP? I wasn't aware there was a new ACDC LP. Is it still God, who's the guy who does the vocals? Who did the vocals all the way back? Who was it? Oh, thanks, Nick. I can't remember his name. You know, the guy who did Back in Black as well. Come on, have it, you Sjorgar. No shades? He has no sentinels to accompany him? I'm disappointed. And presumably he will have on him a key that will take us to the 8th Guardian. Oh, come on, at least fight back, you know. Is there... Oh, dear, Sjorgar, come on, you weren't feeling it, were you? Sjorgar's Oathbreaker. I'm upset. I don't think Sjorgar was feeling it. At all. I sent you a whisper linking to Lefebvre Bros on YouTube. There's a lot of Skyrim Oblivion skits and jokes. Okay, cool, I'll check it out. Thank you. Yeah, Brian Johnson. Oh, is he still doing it? Well, obviously we're going to have to put some of that in the playlist, aren't we? Obviously we're going to have to put some... I mean the new AC/DC stuff. Some of the new stuff. Because, you know, the old Engleford's Gauntlets. Bows do 25%, one-handed 25%, two-handed 25%. Okay. I'm getting confused as to what chests have been looked in. That's a gorgeous little fire pit there. Very nice, both fire pits. I wonder how long it takes Hammet to do like one of these like main dungeons that he's done. Like past number 10 in the pack. Wonder how long it takes to do one. Realise and Shot in the Dark were both great. Are those from the new album? Those two tracks. Right, so I'm disappointed with Sjorgar. I feel bad for him. He was a weary Draugr who was not feeling like being a particularly rejuvenated undead. Hammet has probably hidden the pull chain somewhere for the exit. Because a lot of these catacombs, yeah, new. Okay, cool. Well, obviously they're going to have to go in. Oh, there's the pull chain. So that key will take us to the 8th. I think this is a similar kind of mod to what you're using, isn't it, Nick? With regards to the movement. Well, her jumping movement anyway. I don't know if there's anything about combat. Right, now, okay, this was fine. We went through the correct door. We went through the correct door because we're going to need that key to get to the 8th section, which I believe is going to be up here. This way. Whoa. Let's just give this guy the space that we need. Probably not a good idea to do this in total darkness either. Oh my god, he came down! He came down, that was epic. That was great. We've made quite a lot of gold actually in this dungeon. And God knows how many potions. Look, these are all the potions within this dungeon. It's crazy. Crazy in a good way. I also put a mod called Skyrim Sizes. Makes every race in the game the appropriate height. Were you talking about this in the stream yesterday? I think you were. Because I was just thinking about sizes of races earlier today and I can't remember where I got that information from. And also race menu adds lots of new sliders so you can morph your character's face. I gave Dilgra a little grimace. Do you find that that makes it a bit too kind of complicated? Because, I mean, you know, you could spend like fucking forever messing around with the sliders. Well, I mean, I did. Not for my first character, actually. Not for my first character. For my first character, I did like... I spent like 5-10 minutes. That's all I spent on her. She just worked. With Xynn, I spent a bit longer on her. Hang on. I might have briefly mentioned it. Sorry. Which tracks? There's the new AC/DC Fat Pot by Paul Weller and Cocoa Sugar by the Young Fathers. Paul Weller is still cranking them out, is he? Wow, how old is he now, that guy? What was the AC/DC tracks? I suppose I could just go Realise and Shot in the Dark. Realise with Z and Shot in the Dark from new AC/DC. And also Cocoa Sugar by the Young Fathers. I haven't heard of them. What kind of stuff is theirs? 64, wow. Well, it's cool that he's still cranking them out, absolutely. I got a little complicated, just wanted a few different things, sure, but it makes it a true character creator. Okay, I've always had a problem making characters look like people in games like this. Me too. I mean, it's difficult to look at Xynn's eyes because she's a vampire, but I did spend like some time on making her look how I envisioned she would do. But like the first few iterations of her were not correct, so I had to kind of change her over time, and I'm pretty happy with how she looks now. My female character in Fallout 4 never looks normal. No, alternative hip hop, that's not really a good description, but it's a definitely very interesting addition to the stream playlist. So it's going to go in. And Nick, give us a couple of tracks of stuff. We put some Scold in. I wanted to put that Avenged Sevenfold number in, the one about King Ragnar, but unfortunately it's not on Spotify. So if you've got a couple of things, it doesn't have to be like Viking stuff. It could be like any kind of stuff that you like in general, which you think may fit with a kind of atmospheric vibe. Something energetic or something gritty, or something kind of just like, atmospheric and calming for between those moments, What's it called? Sorry. Maybe indie electronic alternative hip hop. Hang on. Young Fathers, right? New album. Richard Cheese cover of Down with the Sickness. It's a 40s style of Down with Sickness. It's kind of fun. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. I remember seeing the Disturbed live a few years ago, and I have to say it was one of the worst gigs I've ever seen. Not because of Disturbed, but because of what happened after the gig. Holy Ghost, Toy and Picking You. Should I put some Rochelle Jordan on? Is that going to work? Is that going to work with the vibe? It's kind of sexy hip-hop, R&B, UK bass. Don't know if you're aware of UK bass. It's a very cool electronic urban genre. When I say urban, I mean it's got this kind of gritty electronica, breakbeat kind of vibe. Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost. Toy and Picking You. I wish there was a way that people could add stuff offline. Oh well, they could just do it in the Discord, can't they? I've been into mashups lately. Chemist, A Conversation with Death, rad song. Chemist, A Conversation with Death. Is that on Spotify? I hope so. Chemist, A Conversation with Death. The lyrics on all of those tracks are awesome. Really well produced and experimental. It doesn't sound like your other kind of stuff, Fet, so I'm interested to know how you got into it. But I really do respect people who have eclectic musical tastes, and I don't mean just like listen to different kinds of guitar-based music, but if you're also listening to hip-hop, then that's cool. Absolutely, anyone is welcome to add tracks. But yeah, it's if it's offline, well, when the stream's offline, it's best just to put them in the Discord. It might be it's from the game Man of Medan. Medan. I've got a broad range of liked music. When you say a broad range of liked music, when you say liked music, do you mean on your Spotify? Are you on Spotify? You have a Spotify account? I presume you do. It can go from theatre to rock to old Queen songs to 80s and 90s rap. 80s and 90s rap? You gotta tell about which artists. Okay. Oh, Wall of Storms is armed. Fuck. Nothing has been as much of a pain in the arse as Shade Sentinels, I have to say. And I don't like the fact that in spite of the fact that they've got all this fucking heavy armour on, they can move faster than she can. That's something which knocks me slightly. I think she's doing pretty well though for a mage, I have to say. Blackstreet is good. Run DMC. Well, of course, Run DMC. Yeah, they were the first people that I thought of. I'm the real-life first-time Skyrim player doing a little bit of everything. Yeah, of course. I wonder if Skyrim's going to get a little bit more of a newer lease of life in... what website are we on? Twitch. Due to the anniversary edition. Who would have fucking thought? When was this announced that this was even going to happen, this anniversary edition? And what I really want to know is, I have a bad feeling about this. Are legendary edition players like me going to benefit? That, I could feel that. I could feel that sword swipe. This dungeon is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. And by the way, you just put yourself into a Star Wars movie. I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh, really? I think Fett's main thing is music. I get a big feeling. Fett, you need to give like some idea of how many LPs you've got in your collection. Are you the kind of man who has like a wall of vinyls? Or are you like me where you've got like 30 in a box? One day we should go through them. Yeah, I had a feeling that we wouldn't be able to get into there. Okay, so this is going to take us back into her sanctum. And will give us access to the pull chain that will open the final set of bars when we can get through to the sealed door. My wife has a bunch of Fleetwood Mac. Got like 4 to 5. Fett, really? I thought you'd have like a load. 4 or 5. I bet one of them's the Who, right? You got to have a Foo one. My wife has a bunch of Fleetwood Mac. I quite like what I've heard of Fleetwood Mac. In fact, you'll find most of the dance. Not the dance. They did know that they did the dance live. They did that as a live concert in the late 90s, and a lot of that's on YouTube. It was funny because I remember listening to Lindsey Buckingham play Big Love. And when I originally heard that song, when I first heard it, I thought it was a song for 2 guitars. And when I saw him play it live, I'm like, okay, fuck, it's for 1 guitar. So I attempted playing it, and the first section is doable. And the second section takes some practice, but it is possible to do. Well, when I mean possible, I mean if you are an intermediate guitar player, and I'd consider myself to be an intermediate guitar player. There's a fun cover of 1985 called 2005, Bowling for Soup. Oh, of course, Bowling for Soup. Are they still around? I remember they were on the soundtrack to American Pie. The first American Pie film. They were on the soundtrack for that. I'm going to stick them on because I've always kind of liked that kind of emo, not emo, but it's like this sort of college rock style of stuff that they do. Burning for Soup. I really did not expect them to put them on the playlist. That's great. Okay. I think before we get into this last section, I wonder if I should get a beer before we go into this last section. There's only one left. Let's just. He's going to be. Is it Winterfrost? It was Sjorgar, wasn't it? It was Sjorgar who, poor guy, didn't. And he was Magicka Drain. He could have been the worst. He could have been like the most deadly out of all of them. But he wasn't feeling it. So this is Yalgatar, Winterfrost. And the thing about him is he's going to provide absolutely no threat. Because her resistance to frost magic is just... Pfft. I don't know if the game actually allows you 100% resistance to frost magic, but... I mean, she's got 50% resistance as a vampire. Another 55% through Agent of Mara and Lordstone and the 3 points in the alteration tree. It's not 55%, it's more than that. It's 65. So this guy's not going to be any threat at all. You just have to keep away from his weapon. Add Guitar Army by the Rationals. It's a cover by someone called Chemical Christian. Okay. Sorry, it doesn't look like 2005 is on Spotify, but there's one called 2009 by My Prophecy. The Rationals are one of my favourite bands, full stop. Oh, we haven't heard of the Rationals yet. I don't think they've been brought into our sphere of knowledge yet. Well, certainly not into my sphere of knowledge. Boning for Soup. So, what, this one isn't on Spotify? Which is a little bit of a shame, because I was looking forward to putting that one on. 2009, My Prophecy. My Prophecy 2009. Guitar Army by the Rationals. The Rationals. Guitar Army. What decade are they from? The Rationals. God damn, I haven't been on Spotify in a long time. Well, where do you get most of your music listening from? And there's an anthology of their singles. I mostly use Amazon Music. Oh, you anticipated my question. Or just music I have on my phone. What, you mean like MP3s? Well, when you drive to work, and I presume you do drive to work, are you listening like on the radio, or do you not listen to music on the way to work? Do you put your phone in and do things that way? Yeah, I mean, Spotify is like the main... I'm just going to check the vessels here. It's like the main thing that I've used over time. I dread to think how... Well, I don't mean dread to think how many tracks I've played on Spotify over time, but it's been into the plus 100,000 mark, I'm sure. I feel bad taking money off skeletons and dead Draugr. But she wouldn't feel bad, so, you know, why not? They were a 60s band and their LP came out in 1970. Okay, well, it's going to go on, definitely. I have a little Bluetooth speaker in my truck. I listen on the way to work and home. That's cool. We've got a little Bluetooth speaker called a Sound Cube, which is what I use in the kitchen when I'm cooking. Okay. If you could just give me 2 minutes, literally. I'm going to get a beer, and then we're going to do the final 8th Guardian, and we're going to go to Engleford and do her. And I don't know what that's going to be like. But I'm going to try and keep the stream finishing where it should finish. I think we've done alright so far. Yeah, I'll be... Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to be back like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to actually talk about this great beer that I've got at the moment. I'm probably not allowed to talk about it because it may be seen as like product placement or promotion for another company. But it's a very good beer. Oh my god, yes, Richard Cheese is Down with the Sickness is on Spotify. It's so fucking funny. Oh, you don't think I'm going to get in trouble? I won't get in trouble if I say it? It's a great beer. I'm gonna check. I better check it out because I know that a lot of these companies are very hot on their copyright. I usually have my Snapple TM in frame. That is very true. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing, you know, to say, oh, you know, I like Snapple, or I like this, but you know, I don't know. I was thinking of talking about it a bit because it's a great beer, but I'll look into it. I'll look into if I can talk about things like that in a little bit of depth without getting into trouble. Snapple TM, yeah. Snapple was one of those drinks which was really kind of big in this country a few years ago, and then it just sort of disappeared from popularity. Right, I'm digressing. Snapple is fucking bomb. It is. I don't think so. Lol, I talk about it all the time. What, you actually talk about Snapple? Well, do you talk about Snapple or do you mention Snapple? We've already talked about Snapple a lot in this stream in the last minute. Alright. This has got to be... I've only just tried it like a few months ago. Right, okay. Enough about Snapple TM. That great fruit-based healthy drink available from all good vendors. I talk about my alcoholic beverages sometimes. We got to talk about that more. I'm a big beer fan. I like it because I can't drink apple juice. Okay. I can't drink apple juice. You can't drink apple juice? Why can't you drink apple juice? There's an ingredient and I get massive heartburn. Really? I get a similar thing with white wine. Oh, there are two. I think there are two. I need to keep away because they've got that fucking weird paralyzed spell thingy. That was really interesting. It's like they've got some... It's like their weapons have got like paralyze enchantment, but she also absorbs something from them. She takes spell absorption somehow, and I'm not sure where it's coming from. I don't know. I was so confused when I drank Snapple. I was like, it's like biting into an apple. This is like amazing promotion for Snapple. I'm not a huge fan of beer, but then again, we have a lot of light hops beer in America. It's a problem. Fett, welcome back. Nice to see you. Welcome. In your absence, we've killed a couple of Shade Sentinels and talked about Snapple. Because, you know, Snapple is important. I think we need royalties now from Snapple for the amount of times it's been mentioned in this stream. There's if they can actually monitor this kind of stuff at Twitch, they've got some kind of board that lights up like a Christmas tree when you say a company's phrase too many times. I don't know. I've got no idea. It's fucking good. Okay. What? American beer? Or Snapple? Well, we know Snapple's good. What? American beer? Watch you get an email from Snapple. Yeah, I hope it's a nice email. And yes, Snapple lol. Yeah. Okay, you know the terrible thing. Now I'm thinking of going out and getting one this week. One. God. I promise Twitch and anyone who may watch this stream in the future or now, I'm not affiliated with Snapple or anything with regards to them. I also got some choco milk too because it sounds good. Which make? We've talked about chocolate milk before, haven't we? Chocomel was what we talked about, that Dutch brand. But I mean, we can get it over here. Recently, we can get it over here. Oh fuck! Oh, here he is. But I'm not really worried about this guy. I wonder if those are going to be famous last words, though. Oh, he's got a Frost Astronarch, which is what I would expect. Oh god, he's not that tricky. Well, his Frost Astronarch isn't. I'm just going to not do very much and see what happens. You can see that her health bar hasn't even appeared on screen. Okay, now it has. It's absolutely, like, I have to say, for a mage character, she is built up so well. And I haven't used, like, any mods on her when it comes to her skills. This is all vanilla in-game stuff and using what the game provides for you. Because I would imagine that this guy is actually pretty tough. But, as you can see, provides absolutely no threat for her at all. I presume he'd be resistant to frost magic. I was going to try, but there's no point. He's got to be resistant to frost magic. Please, sir, my screw is melting. Could you cool it down for me, please? Yeah, he'd be quite useful to have at this time of year in Indiana. Your guitar. You being a metal fan, do you like Kiss? I don't know much about Kiss. Actually, let's just put him out of his misery. Hold on. Your guitar's key. We don't want to miss. There's got to be some kind of armor piece. Or not, and not that one either. I have a feeling that there's actually more in this dungeon that we've missed than we should have done. Because I remember in the past I got Engleford's shield as well. That appears to have been missed. Engleford's helmet. But it's not like Xynn would use her shield or any of this. Just keep that frost on me, please. It's fucking hot. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, this is what we were saying earlier at the beginning of the stream about, you know, people can say, well, you know, these crypts are all, you know, dark and cold and whatnot, but come on, I'm sure that it would be quite comfortable for you to be like somewhere like this at this time of year, Nick, rather than what you're going through. At least you got aircon. Kiss can be okay. I want to rock and roll all night. Got overplayed so much. Yeah, not my favourite song from them. The first Kiss LP is awesome. That's it for me. I mean, Kiss has kind of been like this sort of like grey, not grey area, but I just haven't really understood the whole Kiss thing. They're one of those bands who I knew were very influential, probably more in their image style than in their music, I would venture. I don't know. I've grown up to enjoy cooler weather a lot more. But then winter will come and we'll bitch about that too. You sound like a Brit. That's what people over here do a lot. They end up bitching about the I think people in this country talk about weather more often because it's so changeable and unpredictable here. And it's not reliable. You can get various types of weathers all in the same day. But when you say you've grown up to enjoy cooler weather more, do you mean you're into it more now rather than you grew up with it, kind of thing? Does that make sense? Strutter? Strutter? Not as in Mike Strutter. If you don't know Mike Strutter, it's fucking funny. Gotta look it up on YouTube. And I know what your sense of humour's like, Fett. So I think you would like Mike Strutter, who was played by Paul Kay. Look up his videos on YouTube, they're fucking hilarious. Strutter the Kiss song, yeah, summertime as a kid was fun, but as an adult I'd rather be cool and cold. Well, we like hanging out in places like that for this kind of reason. I mean, I really would actually genuinely like to if this tomb were real, to go inside it. I'd fucking love that. Sorry, Fett, you were talking about Kiss song. Strutter, right, okay. We've got a shitload of tracks to put in the Discord, not the Discord, the playlist. Kiss. I just sent you a link. Get that damn candlelight mod. You know what? I was going to talk about this candlelight mod briefly. Maybe I should, because the timings are a bit kind of funny. Because you get like, what do you get? You get 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes. 10 minutes is just way too long. 5 minutes. The only thing is that you see in the top right here, you see in the top right of the screen, you get a bar that counts down how long it is till the candlelight spell expires, right? If you use the mod, you don't get a timer to tell you how much longer is left. But I think what I'll do is we'll use it as an experiment. We'll use the 5 minute one, I think, as an experiment and see how we go from there. Because I'm just going to do it again, aren't I? Well, yeah, but I'll check it out because I might like it. I wonder where Engleford's shield is. It was like a side room somewhere. I'd just like to point out how damn well designed this dungeon is. Not just with regard to the different like areas and how hard they are, and with regard to like how different guardians have different abilities, but the layout of the place, like this one, presumably takes us right back into the sanctum, which is the hub point. Look, to get into the main area here. The main area. After this kind of distance covered, the main area. I made sure to send the link for Skyrim and not Special Edition. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also had Batman by the Standells and put it beside Strutter. Both great campy rock tracks. I'm a big Batman fan myself. I'm quite happy to talk about Batman for a long time if anybody wants to. Standells, Batman. Not Bathman, Batman. Put beside Strutter in playlist. Oh yeah, Nick, I remember you're a Marvel chap, aren't you? Batman is fun badass. I mean, Batman is just fucking awesome. He's fucking awesome, primarily because he has no superpowers. He's just a really fucking fit, built and agile guy with a lot of endurance. He purely relies on athleticism and gadgets. So to actually call him a superhero, he could be looked on as a superhero in as much as like he's very, very, very physically adept. Have a fuck ton of Batman comics. Looking forward to Robert Pattinson's Batman. Yeah, that's weird. Pattinson's going to play Batman. I think, you know what, I think he'll do okay. I think he'll do okay. It's good to have a different take on the character. And we've had the campy Batman of the 60s. We've had Keaton's kind of moody Batman. We've had Christian Bale's very, very dark, gritty Batman. And Gotham. Gotham's dark and gritty anyway. So I wonder what different ingredients Patterson's going to bring to the table. Yeah, but what happens when Thanos comes knocking? Oh, cute, a grapple. But that's not in the universe, is it? Unless they do like a crossover shit thingy. I mean, the amount of times I've seen Batman get pwned by other characters. Shitload. He's playing a very new Batman. I think his Batman has only been Batman for like a year or so. Patterson is going to be the best Batman ever. I called it here and now. Well, you heard it here first. Patterson's going to be the best Batman. Patterson is a good actor. He is a good actor. And I was kind of like... I think a lot of people were cynical about him because they're like, oh, Twilight. But, you know, actors are actors. They have different abilities. Unless you're Keanu Reeves. He was just directed poorly in Twilight. God. What Batman-themed songs are there apart from U2's Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, Kill Me, which doesn't actually have anything to do with Batman at all apart from the video? He did great in Harry Potter for a brief moment. He was there. You know, the weird thing about him is that I kind of like him. Even though... he's got personality. He's got character, that's the thing. That's why I like him. That's why I like him. And I can see that he'd do well at that kind of thing. And I appreciate, you know, people coming from those kind of college-y, vampy roles. I've spoken before on stream about my Like a Vampire Diaries, which is also kind of campy. But it has got Ian Somerhalder in it, who is awesome. But let's be honest, Kirsten Stewart is just dog shit. Is she the one who, like, foot fetishists go mad over? I think she is. Batman by the Standals. I think there was like foot fetishists kind of revere and extol Kirsten Stewart for her feet. I don't really understand, but apparently she's got great feet. If anyone's interested in that kind of stuff, well, you can follow it up on the internet. She played Bella in Twilight. She's just a rubbish actress in everything she's in. Really? Then how does she get where she gets to? I wouldn't like to guess. There's something that we need to do. It's the moment of truth. Well, you know, it's not what you know, it's who you know, right? I wouldn't like to assume anything. It's Engleford's claw. It's a black claw. It's the best claw I've seen. Fox, moth, dragon. I like it how all the dials line up to dragon, dragon, dragon afterwards. The new Batman film will hopefully be darker than the Nolan films. How is that possible? How could they be darker than the Nolan ones? The Nolan ones were like... Okay. The Nolan ones had darkness as a facade, I felt. They were dark in image, but they weren't necessarily dark in undertone. And when I say undertone, it's like they didn't feel as dark as the imagery or subject matter portrayed. And people can say, well, what else would you want? You know, imagery's dark, subject matter's dark, what more do you want? There was just something about them that it didn't feel as if none of the characters wanted to be there. That all the characters were living an awful life. You know? Who's playing Gordon? What's his name? Because darkness is not just mere darkness, is it? It's not just about the colour. It's about the underlying essence of the media. I mean, look at where we are at the moment. If you look at, like, Hammet's dungeon packs, why do they work when so many other third-party dungeons fail at being enticing or interesting? Why are they so heavy in atmosphere? And I presume it's because he for some reason he has a deep understanding, like an innate understanding of a relatable understanding of darkness. Because otherwise, you know, one cannot produce darkness without feeling it oneself. Dark music comes from something dark within us. The Smiths said that, didn't they? I wear black on the inside because I feel black on the inside. She played Bella in Twilight. She's just a rubbish actress in everything she's in. Okay, the new Batman films will... yeah. Who's playing Gordon? Jeffrey White. Okay. Sorry, I had to kind of backtrack a little through the chat. What Are You Looking For by Steve Holly. Oh, I had it the wrong way around. What are you looking for? Okay, I'm kind of procrastinating. I think we're going to get some kind of fire shot up here. What's... whoa, hold on. What necklace are we going to give her? Necklace of flame suppression or grounding, which is going to take... that takes fire to 100% resistance. This takes grounding to 100% resistance. Frost is already at 100%. Magic abatement. I think magic abatement is a good place to start. It'll just raise... this is the problem. It will raise everything by 20%, but we will get a reduction in fire resistance by 50%. Holy shit, Steve's Folly has a massive 20 monthly listeners. Yeah. It's funny, isn't it, when things like that happen on Spotify? I think I'm just going to hope that Engleford doesn't use fire. I'm just going to hope that she doesn't use fire. Because what we've got now is 25%. It's all about magic resistance at this point, as far as I remember. 20% magic. Another 20%. Another 30%. Another 15%. So you've got 25%, 45%, 75%. Have I done my maths correctly? 25%, 40%, sorry, 70%, 85%. We've got 85% magic resistance. I mean, magic resistance, 85%. Frost is fine. I just don't know. Pidy time. Welcome back, Pelacangel. Pidy time? Pidy time? Oh, Pidy... What, like spiders? I don't know. Yeah, you would think that there'd be some... We haven't seen one spider in this tomb, actually. Pidy? Yeah. Because of these. Why? This is like a decoy, this chest. What a horrible place. What the fuck is going on here? She's like been locked into a... What the fuck? I see what this is. This is just a decoy room. The Who did a great song called Boris the Spider. Yeah, I know Boris the Spider. Boris the Spider. I know it. I know that song. This is a really cruel room because you have to pull one of these to get out, and if you get the wrong one, you're going to get spiked. So I'm going to have to give her some protection. Whoa, that was the one. God, fucking hell, that was a good guess. Yeah, Boris the Spider, I know it. I was expecting something to come out of these sarcophagi, but no. I'm also kind of shocked that this is also... I'm back with my favourite drink, Dr. Pepper. Well, hey! Dr. Pepper, which is available from all good drinks outlets. I enjoy Dr. Pepper as well. It's one of my favourite soft drinks. Actually, I don't really drink soft drinks. But like, if I were going to, I'd drink Dr. Pepper. There's a pull chain. Oh shit. Has he got an enchanted thingy, enchanted axe, or is he just gonna... This is great. With these sarcophagi here, I can really just give him the runaround. What's he doing? Whoa. Okay. Ah! Thank God. This is what I wanted. Maybe add it beside Batman and Strutter? What, Boris the Spider? Boris the Spider. Although Sprite on a really hot day is amazing. Also got in some Nordic style earrings. Craving something fizzy now, but shops close early today. Yeah. I mean, a lot of... I'm not really a big fan of soft drinks, and I hardly ever drink them. Did Dr. Pepper do a diet version? Boris the Spider. Boris the Spider. I can't actually remember how the tune goes, so that probably sounds really shit. Oh, it's not as good, right? I want to try Diet Dr. I don't think I've ever even seen a can of Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm a big Iron Brew fan. Well, you're a Scot, so you're going to be an Iron Brew fan. Boris the Spider. What, Sorry, beside Batman and Strutter. You do need some sugar in your system. That's true. I mean, I'm not a big sugar person. I don't tend to have much sugar. Occasionally I'll get it from like chocolate or something. I'm a sucker for soda. I try not to drink soda a whole lot, but I do. Yeah, I know how it goes. Nothing really wakes me up anymore. It's like me with coffee. Although we have something called Bang here, that shit wakes me up. Really? What is that? Bang. Engleford's shield, weight 14. Look at how much Engleford's helmet is valued at. 17,000 septims. I'm just going to have to drop some of this stuff. I would expect... Why am I going to pull this? What's going to happen if we pull this? I don't think we had to pull it. Oh, it's going to open the... Oh, he's done that well, how he did that. Yeah, look. It tells you it's the door that gets you through to the final boss area. There we go. I'm just going to check one thing. Alright, I better go. We'll talk to you on Discord. Bye-bye, my friend. You're going to go just before the final boss fight. But, it'll be on Twitch on the recorded session if you feel like checking it out. Cyrodiilic brandy. What's Cyrodiilic brandy? Is that an invention of your own creation? Definitely a save. I really don't know how this is going to play out at all. Like I say, she's the hardest boss in Skyrim to my experience. But it may be better now that I've got a lower leveled character. An Oblivion and Morrowind drink. What am I doing? Close wounds. Always go down the left-hand path. There she is. Now, it's that thing I want to keep away from. The Draugr minions aren't so bad. They don't provide too... I really want to keep away from her. That mace that she's got is awful. Oh great, just what we needed, an archer. Okay, that's one Draugr down. Are we one down? Whoa. Oh god, they're fucking springing up everywhere. Ah! God, okay, we need a different tactic for this. I don't know how many Draugr she's got. I think they have it on Skyrim as well. Cyrodiilic brandy. There must be tight on import duties. Right. She's got too many minions with her. But the issue there was... Okay, we're going to have to layer the floor slightly here. Was just keeping away from... the melee weapons. God, I just heard a load of these fucking things go. Go. Whoa. I wonder if there's like a sort of better vantage point. Better keep that black brown meat away from me, it is my love. I think running around in circles is not the best way to do this. We'll try paralyze. See if that's going to make any difference to anything. If we can paralyze her minions, then that's great. Ah, fucking thing resisted. Just wait for her magicka to regenerate a bit. Okay, so we got two. I'm gonna join the mead talk shortly. I don't really like saving in the middle of boss fights, but it may be useful. I don't know where Engleford and her lot have gone. I mean, I have the Wall of Storms I've laid done something? She's there. She's there. I think... Oh no, there's still some left. Oh god, she's coming after me. Phew. You can't even one hit. Even one hit with that thing is brutal. I think we're going to kind of... Oh, by the way, I opened my OBS and saw my activity feed finally updated, and one person we've talked about that we banned is no longer on the list. Oh, I know who you're talking about now. That's good. I'll check mine as well. I'm going to go up here. It's fine. She's fine if you try and work with her from a distance. And her magicka draining thing isn't really that bad. God, look, actually it is pretty bad. If you look, it's still doing its work. It's still draining stuff. And so you have to give things time to regenerate. Okay. I think what's happened now is that we've given enough time to things. Whoa. Okay, that's... Is it just her? Whoa. No, we've got one more of these minions left. Where is Engleford? God. I had to go down the central passage because I wasn't sure where she was going to come from. Okay. They got a lot of health. Yeah, those Draugr minions are fucking bad, aren't they? She's static. Just watching the red dot in the mini-map at the top. She's being affected by the Wall of Storms. Look. Her health is draining. She's back. The Wall of Storms is going to get her. That's it, I think. She regenerates, but not much. Wow. She had to take a sip of water for a sec. That was quite stressful. See, this is an awesome weapon, the most awesome weapon in the game. Yeah. Shade Sentinel Thrall. Rest well, Engleford. You fought admirably. God, honestly, that was fucking tense. Death is but the doorway, time is but a window. Soon I shall return, and the blood of the innocent shall spill all over Tamriel once again. God damn, 22,000 gold. That mace is worth more than killing the Emperor. It is the toughest weapon that I've seen. Ooh, can we get this? Not that we need it. Do we need a chest? Is there a boss chest? Do we even need it? Oh, there is. Look. Imperial Birth Arcing. I think killing the Emperor is the biggest reward in the vanilla game. Yes, you're correct. It's 20,000. And it's a great way to kind of start things off. So we've got her boots, her cuirass, her gauntlets, her helmet, her shield, and her mace. And then Azira's like, let's repair the sanctuary. I know, I still haven't repaired it, you know. I still haven't repaired it. I don't know if I'm going to. I mean, she doesn't live there anymore, really. She lives over in the college. As is obvious from the amount of times that she's been there. This boss fight leaving you with a whopping 1,000 profit. Yeah, yeah, you get like... Doesn't it cost something like 19,000 to upgrade the sanctuary? It's like, I've just got 20,000 gold. Oh, I've got a good idea what we can do with that. Smelly, smelly boots. All of these potions, we did the whole thing without using any potions. Out of all the potions that we got from this one tomb, look at all these. We got all of these from this just from Darkmire Crypt. Enough to buy barrels of mead. Well, you know, what else do you need? It's intentional, but I'd rather naff off with the 20 grand. I think that's my favourite British phrase, naff off. I haven't heard that for a while. I'm going to reintegrate it. I haven't used it for a while. Naff off, it's great. We've got all of Engleford's stuff, and the ironic thing about it is that with this weapon, she's not going to use it. It's not ever going to get used. She'll probably just, you know, stick it on a shelf somewhere. Princess Anne said it to photographers as well. It's a good phrase. Many a true nerd on YouTube says it a lot, really. Naff off. It's good. It's a good phrase. Oh, this was where we came in! Honestly, the design on this dungeon, I keep going on about it, it's just ace. How... I'd love to see the map for this dungeon. Like the net for this dungeon. Just so cool that you come out of here and you're straight into the initial chamber you came in on. He's done it so well. Which is funny, in his videos he doesn't swear, but when he live streams he says shit and fuck a lot. It's weird. It's the live performance stage fear. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's like, when I started streaming, my lingo was slightly different to now. I'm kind of used to it a bit more. So I'm a bit more kind of, you know, me as it were. Not that there was a massive change, just a minor one. But I also think, like, it's important, not important, but if you've got a British accent, I don't mean like a well, I don't know, if you're like a sort of if you've got a well pronounced British accent, then swearing can come across quite effectively, I think. I mean, I've put a mature warning on my stream because it's me. Yeah, I mean, I put a mature warning on because of the language mostly. Yeah, mostly. I mean, the outfits are a little racy, but you know, it's a language thing. Mostly, it's a language thing. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if I have to put it on, but I put it on just in case, right? Don't get shitty with me if you don't like how I talk. Yeah, I mean, this is how I speak. I think it's how a lot of people speak. I was going to say most people. I would say it's probably how most people speak, to be honest. I'd say it is. That dinosaur icon is cool. I mean, in retrospect, you know, when I started doing this dungeon, I thought, you know, I'd like to get through the whole thing without any deaths. Having been on the receiving end of that mace, it's fucking hard to do the whole thing without any deaths. I think we did pretty well. I don't think you should have to, but it helps, keeps kids off that shouldn't. Probably oh my god, the character creator sliders. You can make your character's head massive. Why would you want to do that? Like, how big? What, like a Satsuma on a toothpick? Like, how big? That dinosaur emoji, that's fucking hilarious. I've never seen that before. It's like a raptor or something, isn't it? I've never seen it. Dilgra looked like that. Dilgra looked like that. Really? It's a really good one. You can open their mouths too with it. What's the mod called, Nick? Is it called It's Your Lusty Argonian Maid. Everybody's favourite pot boiler. I feel a bit kind of sad to leave this place because it's like the best tomb in Skyrim, like better than. I mean, it's just an awesome place. It's so hard. It's so well designed. Yeah. I think it's just race menu. Okay. Dilgra is the last Argonian maid. Is she really? She's a kinky lizard. That sounded so wrong. That phrase. Yeah, just look up race menu. It's the first option. She is, and now she's a vampire master of seduction. Mistress of seduction, surely. Yeah, I was looking at the seduction thing myself. I wasn't really sure how it worked. I don't know if... I thought about it, because a couple of people were like, oh, is your character Xynn, is she like into the seductive thing? And I said a couple of times, well, yeah, but no, I just think... I don't think she can be asked, personally. Really. It's just kind of like, shoot destruction magic, use alteration. Illusion's a bit cerebral. I don't think she's got the patience for the cerebral shit. Alteration, destruction, restoration. We're going to get enchantment up. Maybe fuck around with conjuration later on. I need to see if I can make her bazonkos bigger. That'd be hilarious. Just need to find the maid outfit. Xynn is quite petite. Yeah, it just depends. You know, it's all about what look works well with the vision of that character. To me, having like if you're an energetic person, who uses like destruction magic, and you're kind of quite, self-obsessed and self-concerned, all of those together put that kind of look in that particular place, as far as I'm concerned. Your gal doesn't need any tips, especially with that Lara Croft garter thing. Well, apparently that thing can, like, I don't understand. But apparently it can do something. Where is it? Equipable storage pouches. I don't know. But can you actually do something with it in the context of the game? That's what I don't understand. I have to say, I do like the bleeding purple hearts. That's very God, what's that website called? It used to do all that vamp shit. Vampire Freaks. Oh my god, do you remember Vampire Freaks? Is that still around, that website? Vampire Freaks. It was like a kind of MySpace for goths. She's packing too. I'm getting sweaty. What do you mean? I'm appreciating the Nordic landscape here. It's getting towards the end of the day, in all senses of the word. 6:51. It's going to be a nice sunset. She's pretty sick. And look at all these locations. I'll go back to the cottage now. All these locations, and we still haven't even touched the main quest line at all. Oh, storage pouch packing. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that storage pouch thingy. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it gives you like extra. I don't think it gives you extra anything. No, carry weight is still 300. So no. Oh, I went to harass. Well, I'm glad that we cleared that up. I think appreciation of physical aesthetics is most necessary for observational and I was going to say humanitarian purposes, but that doesn't make sense. Anthropological? What's the study of the human form called? The study of the human form. It's not anthropology. That's study of humans. But the study of the human biology. It's not biological. It's got to be something else, I think. Dilbury looking pretty fine too. I was being decent. I meant harass too. Oh well. Okay. Cool. What is that though? What's the study of the human? Like this, the anatomy. It's not biology, is it? It's something else. Just libertinism. That's something else. Kind of similar in a way. Before I forget, just going to store all of Engleford's stuff. I'm actually really quite impressed because the stream has gone completely to schedule for the first time. So I'm going to close it in a couple of minutes. Nick, what are your plans for the rest of the day? All of that's going to go in there. Necrophilia. Are those your plans for the rest of the day? And if so, how do you plan to go about them? Body stuff. It's a type of body study, I suppose. I would say cleaning, but I'm lazy. I'm going to try and clean and check out some. Oof, that's rough. Look, we don't talk about necrophilia much on the channel, but we can put it on the Discord. Why not have a sub for it? I don't think many people are gonna. Actually, there's a not safe for work channel in there, I don't know what to say about it, really, in all honesty. I'm a dark elf. That's a question for a necromancer. You know that they do that. Take it to the Discord. I don't know. Twitch are going to be... You know what? They're more likely to say something about product placement and shit than necrophilia. They'll be, necromancy is a revered form of worship for Danger fanboys. I bet there's a Reddit or subreddit dedicated to that in Skyrim. Yeah, maybe. I haven't really delved too much into like Reddit and to, you know, the really, really dark side of what's there on the boards. Has she still got the mace? Yeah, she does. So I don't really know. That makes me so sad. Do you hang out on Reddit, Nick? Do you have an account? I mean, I've got an account, but I don't get that much. Makes me sound the mace is worth more than killing an emperor. It's kind of weird because the mace is like just the most immensely powerful weapon that I've ever come across. I mean, it's not in the vanilla game. Should it be worth more than killing an emperor? That's a question for discussion. Not discussion now. But like with this weapon you could effectively overcome... You know what I'm tempted to do? I'm tempted to take this weapon to Karstag and see what would happen. I'm tempted to take this weapon to the Ebony Warrior and see what would happen. How would that work? I'd be very, very interested to see that. I mean, it wasn't hard. To be fair, my wife's engagement ring was worth more than my truck, but my truck is also not worth much. Yeah. Well, you know, it's just it's a vehicle that you know, get in and ride around for a bit. Does what you need it to do. You fill it up every so often. It's worth like $800. What kind of truck is it? Gets me to work and home, that's its purpose, absolutely. And you can play music with your little Bluetooth speaker thingy. $800. What kind of truck is it? I hope it's a big one with like monster wheels. I think that would be cool. I bet you look awesome in a Chevy pickup. You're exactly the kind of guy who should have something like that with your beard. Oh, we didn't talk about American beer. We're going to talk about American beer. We can talk about American beer another time. But you like cider and mead and stuff, which is awesome. Chevy pickup. It's a '93. I don't actually. I have a kind of idea what a Chevy pickup looks like. God, maybe I should just quickly Google an image of it. Chevy pickup. Oh, it's quite cool. 93. (1993) Silverado. 1993 Silverado. Yeah. What colour is it? I want total context. What colour is it? It's got to be red. I hope it's red. Red or black. Red or black would be cool. Red. Hey! It's an awesome machine. Red with red interior. It's got a yeah. But you know these little things have got like these little things. These trucks have got like that section at the back where you put stuff. Do you put stuff in that back section? You know, the little open bit? Do you put stuff in that bit? Like, I think because I you know, I don't know. The bed, is that what it's called? The bed? Is it called the bed? But like, yeah, I've used it a lot. It's very handy when you move stuff. Well, I suppose that's true. I did have a tool chest on it, but I took it off to get that extra 2 feet of bed. A tool chest? Always wanted to snoozle under the stars in a truck bed and listen to music. I've learned something this stream. I didn't know that. Like, I know that in Australia they call those kinds of vehicles utes. Like, it means like utility vehicle. But I didn't know that part was called the bed of the truck. Like in Tremors. Yeah, they got a lot of that kind of shit in Tremors. Good film. Good film for what it is. It's like we were talking about earlier in the stream, like, you know, certain types of music being appreciated on the level that it exists, you know? It's like, you know, and the seat area is called the cab. The bit at the front is the cab, right? I remember that from Neighbours. Oh, you're back. Hello. Welcome back, Mr. Grant. Yeah. What, ute? What, the ute thing, or those kind of trucks from Neighbours? Because, you know, they always had that kind of lingo, didn't they? In there. Truck thingy. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, God knows if that's still going. I'd love to, yeah. We just say pickup in America. America. Oh, you just say pickup. What, that relates to what any vehicle like that is a. What if you have like a people carrier, which is like with like a back row seat in the front. So you got 2 seats in the front and then that second section in the back. Were you one of those who fancied Scott? Scott? In what? Anything bigger. Like if it had extra tyres on track, you'd call them utes. We call them work trucks. Right, okay. Like if it had extra tyres on the back, you'd call them utes. Oh my god, wow, we're really doing the Neighbours thing. Scott. That was Jason Donovan, right? And no, if the truck has extra seating, it's more of a luxury truck. People who come to this stream late are going to be thinking like, what the fuck is he talking about Neighbours for? Scott and Charlene. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's correct. Yeah, it was Scott was Jason Donovan and Charlene was Kylie, right? Charlene. Scott and Charlene with a giant mullet. Yeah. It was actually quite funny for me. I want a truck now. It was quite funny for me because like I kind of fancied like Charlene. And then I told like my I told my piano teacher, I was like, oh, I fancy Charlene, and he's like, oh, I fancy Jane or something. There's somebody called Jane or something. And all of a sudden I felt it was kind of wrong that I should be fancying Charlene and maybe I should fancy Jane instead. Just weird that somebody else's opinion could think, oh, maybe I should be thinking about that instead. You're missing nothing. Jane was pretty hot. Was that her name? Jane. Maybe I just aspired to, like, you know, another man's maturity level of what a slightly older person would find attractive in Neighbours. It's terrible. I've not seen Neighbours, I just have a truck. Well, you're not missing anything, Nick. I mean, you know, Neighbours is just like a dog shit Aussie sitcom that had its heyday in the 80s. For all I know, it may be still around. I have absolutely no idea. I'd love to have a Cadillac. I'd like to have a Cadillac. But I think the thing about a Cadillac is that if you have a Cadillac, it would be cooler if it had like a sort of like a darker colour, or I'd like it to have a darker colour anyway. I think like a light blue or a pink Cadillac would be a bit sort of I mean, it'd be traditional, but if I had a Cadillac, I think it'd have to be like black or something. Or dark red. Dark purple. Give me your truck. Dark red or dark purple Cadillac or black. There must be some black Cadillacs out there. My car of choice would be I have a Renault Clio. I'm unable to compete here. You have a Renault Clio, but I mean, you know, it was Car of the Year, 1986. Maybe that was Nissan Micra. Metal, fuck yeah. We have a lot of black Cadillacs here. A lot of Escalades. Is that like a Spanish pronunciation thingy? Escalades. I don't have a car. I am poor. What kind of car do you want, Pelek? If you had the ability. Escalades. Long A sound. Escalades. Is that a Spanish word? No, it's not. No. Oh fuck! I fucked it up. Escalades, not Escalades. Escalades, right? Truck or 4x4? Yeah, I was hoping for a little more refinement though. On the truck or 4x4 ness, like what kind of truck or 4x4, you know? Escalade isn't like Escalade. Oh right. Okay, cool. Escalade. Defender. What Nick said. Yeah, Escalade. Jeep Cherokee, yeah. It's a big vehicle, guzzles gas though. How much petrol do you have to put in it, Nick? How much? This is just like I should have just like. I was going to upload this to YouTube, and I am going to upload this to YouTube, but I will put a mention. I will put a mention on that. Oh, Al, thanks for the follow. Thank you very much. I will put a mention on YouTube that the last like segment after the dungeon is to talk about like American motor vehicles and Australian sitcoms. It's for petrol. No. I mean, like, you know, in you know, you refer to it as gas. We refer to it as petrol. Same thing. How big is the engine? Escalades might have a 30-gallon tank. I want to know how much petrol costs you a month, Nick. I mean, you know, if it's not getting too personal, asking how much you spend on petrol a month. I'm interested. Escalades might have V8 in them. It depends on the area. Well, you're driving every day, aren't you? You're driving to and from work every day. It was at 3.15 a gallon. And so what are we looking at as a sort of overall figure? It's like 3.15 a gallon. You know, Nick, like, honestly, next stream on Tuesday, I promise you, I'm gonna get this fucking candlelight spell mod. I promise you I will. Set at 5 minutes. It's a lot of dwarven oil. For me, from empty, it could take around $50 to fill up from empty. That's quite a lot. I think, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, it depends, but I get about 15 miles to the gallon. I don't drive it very often. Oh, so this isn't your main vehicle? I'm so setting up a just chatting tomb stream. I'm so going to set one up. Because we end up chatting about all kinds of stuff. All kinds of rubbish. It's not your main vehicle. I thought it was your main vehicle. We drive my wife's Honda. Your wife's got a Honda. That's very suburban. Having a Honda. I mean, you know, I like a Honda Accord. Woohoo! 90s is back. Yeah, like, you know, because I have this image of you, like, sitting in your Silverado with your beard and driving around Indiana, listening to your all that kind of interesting Viking rock shit that you've just got into recently, and then your wife's got a Honda Accord, and it's like, hey, let's go to a shopping centre and buy quilts. I shit on it at first, but it's a zippy car, windows down, singing songs, driving fast. Yeah, sounds cool. Well, it doesn't sound cool. It sounds enjoyable. But cool is the Silverado. That's a good vehicle. I'm not saying Honda Accords aren't cool per se. I'm saying that if I had a choice between a Honda Accord and a Silverado, I'd choose the Silverado. Definitely. That sounds like a cool thing. Honestly, are pretty sharp now. Oh really? Are they? I'm getting a warning. Oh, it's my battery warning from the laptop. They got really cool looking bodies now. Really? Honda CRVs? Uh-oh, Snapple is tuning in. Yeah, no. It was a warning from the battery on the laptop to say that it's depleting. But no, look, if Snapple have got anything today about today's stream, you know, they're going to be really happy with how it went. And I'll say again, I'm not affiliated with Snapple or any third parties related to Snapple. Oh, it's quite funny. All right, I think that'll do. Thank you very much. I think we did well with Darkmire. It was great to go back there and do it again. And we'll work our way through Hammet's stuff more in the coming weeks. I may mix in 1 or 2 Minecraft streams. I don't know if you play in Minecraft, Nick, do you? I'm tempted to just put 1 or 2 in. And see how it goes. But Tuesday we'll probably be continuing with Skyrim. We'll see how it goes. Alright. So, I've not played it in a while, but it's always fun. That's very kind of you. Oh, you're talking about the game. Well, it is always fun, that's true. I mean, Minecraft is one of those things whereby it really sort of depends on, like... It's like a blank canvas as a game, in a way. And it really just depends how the person interacts with it and makes it what it is, because there's no one way to play Minecraft. That's the thing about it. You can play it in lots of different ways, and I'm just tempted to go back at it and have a look. It's grown a lot. Well, you know, when I started playing it, it was I played many years ago. Yeah. Your girl looks annoyed. Yeah, it's because she probably doesn't want us to talk about, you know, neighbours and trucks and Minecraft and stuff. But like, yeah, I mean, you know, I started playing it in like after release. No, not after release. This was pre-release. It was pre-release. And I remember in the beta of Minecraft, like, they started putting RPG elements in there. Like, you could... there are RPG elements in Minecraft now, so you can level up in enchantment and shit, and I really don't know how that works at all. Look up the Honda Civic Type R. Okay, I'll look it up. Honda Civic Type R. Oh, that is nice. Is that what she's got? There's so much more new stuff in it now. It's a little overwhelming for me. No, she doesn't have that car. Well, that's what I was thinking about Minecraft. I mean, I can't imagine how it's grown, because like it was getting quite beefy. I felt round about when it went into beta. I felt it was getting beefy when it was in beta. And God knows how long it is since then now. So part of this part of the Minecraft thing is looking at, you know, how it's developed. Because, you know, just crafting a shed and going underground and killing skeletons and stuff is surely these days like 1% of the game, I would have thought. 0300 Cord, right, it's an okay car, but the Type R is fucking rad looking. Well, what I just saw is cool. 40 grand though. Yeah, I mean, you know, my what would be my main car? If I could have like a Trans Am, that would be cool. If I could have a Trans Am, or a this is getting completely into fantasy territory now. A Lamborghini Murcielago, but that's obviously like, you know, way fantasy territory. I'm a huge old school car fan. My dad had a 57 Chevy Bel Air. Okay, now I'm going to have to Google that one, aren't I? 57 Chevy Bel Air Trans Am. Whoa, look at that! Oh fuck, that's a beautiful vehicle. That is a stunning vehicle. What colour was it? That's an amazing vehicle. I'll say it for a third time. It might have been blue. That's a great looking thing. A great looking thing. My dad had a lot of cool cars. Yeah. I mean, what's interesting about the Trans Am is if you look at it, like the development of the Trans Am from like the in the early 80s, from the 70s to the 80s, it changed a lot. From the late 70s style of Firebird Trans Am to the early 80s style where it turned into like the Knight Rider vehicle. Every iteration of it is great. Every version of it is great. It's such a beautiful vehicle. It might have been the baby blue colour. Yeah, I was imagining something like that. Something in that region. But yeah, I mean, I remember. I think I remember going to a car show like years ago, and I remember seeing like a Trans Am at this car show. I would have been very small, and it was one of the old Firebird ones, and the headlights of it have that kind of like, you know, slanted box shape, you know. And with the Firebird on it, I was just thinking it was the coolest thing. My first car was a 92 Chevy Astro van. It was awful. It looked like the Mystery Machine from Scooby-Doo. Yeah, but everyone has to start somewhere, you know? That's the thing. Everyone has to start with some car. I suppose you just sort of pick what's realistic and available and what you can afford, and you just want something to get around. That van was literally falling apart at the end of its life. Yeah, it's what we call a banger. Over here, we call a car like that an old banger. And that sort of sounds like... Yeah, exactly. Interesting point, or not interesting point, but factual point on British vernacular. But a banger is also a term for a sausage. God only knows why. We call them lemons. Really? Really? What, like a car like that? It's called a lemon, is it? Like a bad car. That's funny. A lemon. A lemon here. The lemon over here can refer also to people who are like idiotic. He's a lemon. You know. He's an idiot. He's a lemon. Okay. Right. Because it looks like something you bang things with. A banger sausage. I've never put the two together. Like why a banger sausage banger is called a sausage banger or a banger, or a car, because the cars used to make that noise. It was almost like an onomatopoeic thing, you know. They used to like the exhaust used to flare and bang as it used to go along, and I think it's a similar thing with a sausage. Like they used to like explode in the pan, probably. Maybe that was the reason. A banger sausage. I think it was to do with how it sounded. I don't think it's a phallic thingy with regards to sausages. I think it's just to do with they used to like split and burst in a saucepan. I think that's why. You're very polite. Well, who, me? Well, it's more to do with the fact that like it's a cross between, you know, the factual nature of something and you know what it takes to be sort of shocked by something. I think my shock threshold is kind of off the map somewhere. I don't know. A real British gentleman. Well, we had this discussion on the stream like a few days ago. I can't remember what stream it was. Like we tried to like outdo each other with jokes, and we kind of found a level of. I think we found that there wasn't really a level. In fact, I think, you know, one or two of Nick's jokes were pretty far out, and one or two of Fett's jokes were pretty far out. And what was funny about it was it got to the sort of stage where we were exchanging shockable jokes, whereby people were more shocked about the jokes they haven't heard, but not by the ones that they knew, because they already know those ones. That's the thing. But you know, that's where humour succeeds, when there's the element of surprise. I think shock and surprise, it works really well. Okay, I'm going to close it at that. Thank you. And next stream is on Tuesday. Nick, I hope you have a good rest of day with whatever it is you have to do. Have a good one. I'll try and tune in on Tuesday. Nick, it's always a pleasure. Pelak, I hope you have a good rest of evening yourself as well. Streaming this week on Tuesday and Wednesday evenings. And I don't think you stream during the week so much, do you, Nick? I think you stream on the weekends mostly, don't you? I think. I think he does. I don't, but I have Friday off this week, so I might do a morning stream for me. Morning stream for you. Friday's a funny day at work for me. I technically don't have anything to do, quote unquote, at work on a Friday, but that doesn't mean that things can't happen. Friday can get very busy, but hopefully I always have my laptop and I always have my mobile at work. And if I get a notification for Friday, I'll tune into your stream. I mean, if I can't comment, then I can definitely lurk. It's mostly the weekend. The curse of a full-time job during the week. Well, totally understood. Totally understood. We'll chat more anyway, I think. Right, that will do for now. And thank you very much, and have a good rest of day. And I'll see you soon. Take care. Good evening.